Today we keep up this tradition, but today this tradition is sad because this is 6 years since the tragic shooting of the Heavenly Hundred on Maidan. So I'd like to ask you to raise up in a minute of silence. Thank you. So we always try to test new locations, new venues. This is the first time we're here. It's so high that probably we've never been that high, Arseniy Yatsenyuk. But this is a testament to the fact that our ambitions are limitless and our horizon is really broad. The conference which you're going to listen to is called Old Challenges, New Dynamics. But unfortunately, we're dealing with the fact that today's topic could be paraphrased actually as new challenges and old dynamics. We see that the process is currently underway in the world and in Ukraine lead to the situation when being confronted with old and very complicated challenges, people try to find simple solutions, and this results in new waves of populism on the crest of which new politicians come to the surface. People want to have new people to resolve old problems and to find a magic bullet to deal with the 21st century challenges, but in many cases this comes to nothing. And as many Western philosophers say, probably the next wave after this unprofessional new wave of politicians will be authoritarian, which means that after the epoch of chaos, people will be willing to see a firm hand in power. This is something which threatens especially the countries where democracies only developing, and the worst thing we can have in this respect is the rise of authoritarianism. Old institutions can withstand this way of populism, but the countries where democracy is in the making will be under the blow of next political tsunami wave. I always try to somehow inspire people who take part in these conferences, and I think what American Admiral McRaven said is very typical here. He said when talking to students, if you want to change the world, start by making up your bed every morning. If you can't do small things every day, you will never be able to do big things. I invite to the rostrum Mr. Arseniy Yatsenyuk, the founder of Ukrainian Foundation and the inspirer of this forum. I know that Mr. Yatsenyuk and his recent speech in Lviv, for instance, was phenomenal in terms of the depth of his messages, of his insight, and the impression that he made on all the members of the Lviv panel. Please welcome Mr. Arseniy Yatsenyuk. Thank you very much, Taras. Well, as regards speeches, since you spoke about the height, I'm trying to reach up to your height because you are really an example to follow in this respect. I'd like to welcome all the participants in this forum and thank you for making time to come here. I'd like to thank Open Ukraine Foundation and all our staff for organizing this event, and I'd like to thank the ambassador of Canada and NATO representation in Ukraine for helping us to organize this event. Well, the main topic in the country now at the moment is what is it? I can't hear you. The main topic, the main story in the world news. Yes, you're right. Coronavirus. I recalled my past 10 years ago when a member of parliament and I was a member of the Parliamentary Committee for Healthcare. kind of political medic. That's why today I'd like to speak about the virus. But maybe not from the medical angle, but from the political one. The world has been engulfed by viruses. And the viruses are so many that we need to get some immunity against those viruses. What is virus number one in the world? Fear. This is the virus of fear.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Franklin Delano Roosevelt back then defined what is the virus of fear. Fear paralyzes. Fear hits everybody. Fear paralyzes your will. Fear destroys us from within. And fear spreads very fast. It lives and is being fed by one only thing, lack of will and myths. The myths which sell like hot cakes and people get infected with them very easily. The second virus, and somebody in the audience said already about that, this is the virus of populism. What is the virus of populism? There are many complicated challenges, incredibly complicated, which have to be tackled. And here we expect that one fine day some wizard will come along and he will offer such simple solutions to the world problems which had not been resolved for centuries. And he says, I'll fix it up in a few days or in one term in office or whatever. And we want to believe that without any effort, one can find very simple solutions to super difficult problems. Then we are confronted with the situation that it doesn't work out, and we look for new populists. They are better prepared in terms of political technologies. They target their audience, they target viruses, and they hit where it hurts and where the virus can get into your immune system. The next wave of populism is getting developed. By the way, the most prominent and efficient populists were who? The dictators' regimes, the Nazis and Bolsheviks. The third virus, which is stemmed from the virus of populism, is the virus of incompetence. We know everything without understanding anything. And we sell this to people. We tell them that the way you looked at things is not right. Our 1D vision of things is the right one. 3D is no good. So this incompetence and basically engulf the whole world. And the fourth virus is the virus of indifference. This is something which destroys a human being, a nation, or a country. I don't care. I don't give a damn. This is not my problem. It's not my fault. It's somebody else's fault. I don't care. What difference does it make? This is the virus of indifference. The fifth virus is the virus of fakes. And we are all have been infected with this virus. This wonderful gadget which we carry with us instead of a television, it would be cumbersome to carry around a television, so we have iPhones or some other gadgets. So we open it up. Well, what is going on there? Just ask yourself. When we read news, do we read to the very end of the news story? No, we just read the title. News in brief. Manipulative titles which have nothing to do with the subject matter of the story. It's easy for us just to read a couple of paragraphs and to make conclusions which are not predicated on the truth. The virus of fakes hit the freedom of speech and journalism. Because in many countries of the world, even the free world, when political leaders say, we don't need the media, we deal with the people directly without any intermediaries. This is good.
To those who vote for you. Але це ж не означає, що
But this does not mean that what these people say is the truth. That's why good quality journalism is needed for a good interpretation of events and facts, and so that we would be able to decide whether this is true or false. The virus of fakes destroyed the truth in the world. Not entirely, but it hits it very painfully. The virus of isolation, this contagion is spreading all around the world. Isolationism, as a new foreign policy, as a new domestic policy, as a way to finding and pointing fingers to somebody else who is to blame. It's not our fault. It's somebody abroad who has done this. Isolationism is standing in the way as a hurdle towards the overcoming global warming, for instance. Look at what is happening to the Paris Climate Agreement. Instead of pooling our efforts, some countries leave the Paris Agreement and say, this agreement is no good for us. And we are not going to take care of the problems of the other worlds. Without understanding that the world is one, and air is circulating around the world irrespective of where you are. So the failure to resolve this problem by the whole world means the problem for the whole world. Likewise, the isolationism in issues of economy. When this isolationism has switched to the category of protectionism. Buy our commodities, we're not going to buy yours. But if you don't buy commodities from other countries will not be buying yours. The same about the global security system. We have a security system which is embodied in NATO. But NATO cannot be isolated. It should be enlarged. Only then will it become stronger. The European Union, the structure that Ukraine aspires to join. All this means that Europe should open up its doors, and it has no right to isolate itself. It should get larger and to increase its dominating political and value-based influence. The next virus is the virus of the Russian world, Ruski Mir. And we, as nobody else, are feeling the consequences of this virus. What are the characteristic features of this virus? Dictatorship, collectivization, and war. Dictatorship is the opposite to democracy. As soon as you have weak democracy, what comes to this surface? Mr. Putin. And he says, democracy has a problem, and I, as the only sole leader in my authoritarian country, can fix the problems. So do come under our umbrella. The weakness of democracy always provokes the force and strength of dictatorial regimes. Collectivization. What is it? It's something like the collectivization in the early years of the Soviet Union. The lack of respect to individual human being. The human being as a subject, as an individual person, does not exist. Only masses, because masses are much easier to rule. And if for ruling the masses you engage fakes, isolation and fears, all the previous viruses that I spoke about, the human being stops being a human and turns into some other substance, which is guided by instincts. And war is another element of the virus of the Russian world. To maintain your own country, you have to engage in a war against your neighbors. To keep your power, you have to spread your power on the territory of other countries. That's what Putin did. vis-à-vis Ukraine and Georgia. This is what Putin is doing on other theaters, like Syria.
And the same way, this is what Vladimir Putin is doing, even ideologically. Have you heard the last message of his? We are the single nation. How many times should we explain? We spoke in Ukrainian, in Russian, in English. I don't know which other languages he speaks, probably German. We are not the single nation. We are not the single people. We live on the same continent, but we are entirely different. The next virus is a virus of inequality. I don't say that in this case we have to strip all the rich people from their wealth and divide their wealth between all the poor people. No. The task is to make everybody rich, not to make rich people poor. In the virus of inequality, the problem is number one, lack of rule of law, protection from the state, protection by the state, honest courts, which would be able to protect each of you, citizens of the country, from inequality and unfair treatment. The second, corruption. Corruption which undermines the foundations of the state, which is spread in different forms all over the world. If there is no rule of law, there is corruption. This stronger is the rule of law, the weaker is corruption, because there is responsibility. And the third is absence of equal opportunities for all. If only 1% of the world population owns 50% of the whole wealth, of the global wealth, it's unfair. The ninth virus is the virus of consummation. Consumerism, rather than consummation. We substitute values with things which bring you wealth. Goods, services, work, they are needed in your life, but they should not be the reason. They should be the result. The virus of consumerism provoked by low IQ and low EQ, because you may be smart, but maybe not. We have no empathy, and I think that IQ and EQ go together, and this is the formula of success for an individual. And the 10th virus is virus of disbelief. I don't believe into myself. I don't believe into my country. I don't believe into my personal success. I give up. And those who gave up, those who do not believe in themselves, come back to square one. Virus of fear. That's why all these 10 viruses are interconnected. It's a cycle. These are 9 viruses, 10 viruses which destroy humankind, which destroy individuals, and which should be fought against. How can we fight against viruses? Vaccine could be, yeah? What else? Yes, correct. Number one in fighting viruses is immunity. Healthy lifestyle. You are all young people. You have the highest level of immunity. You have immunity both against viruses and against those who spread them. But the immunity must always be maintained and supported. Therefore, your young organisms. Why I wanted to meet with you and to have this forum? Because your young immunity must save each and every one of you and the whole country. This is your objective. This is your mission. You must have very high immunity against all the viruses. Number one, what should be Yes, correct.
освіта,
Education, knowledge, and critical thinking.
дорога молодь, ми
Dear young people, we just think.
витрачаємо свій час на те, щоб проаналізувати.
We spend our time on making analysis, thinking, making conclusions, and even more, after having made the conclusion, we struggle to prove that our conclusion is correct to other people. We believe in this. The second,
Я вам сказав, IQ,
as I said, we should have IQ. And what is the second? Emotional qualities. Empathy.
ти можеш бути
You
всі світи знати,
may
вичити цілу купу книжок,
know lots of things. You may have read huge number of books,
знати всіх Нобелівських
quoting and good world leaders, you know, all the Nobel Prize winners, and say, will solve this problem. But if you don't feel this problem, if it is alien to you, all your words will be just simple sounds, empty sounds. All your attempts to show that you want to save this problem will be fake, because you do not have empathy to this. You are not living through this. So empathy is the second element of immunity against virus. The third, we must believe into success, our own success, and be proud of this success and the success of other people who are near us.
Заздрість – це не то.
Envy is not a good motivation which moves the world towards success, but the good, so-called white envy, when you want to help another one, to support him or her, for this person to become also successful. This is like ecosphere of success of the country and a citizen of the country.
Обов'язково треба усвідомити, що
It's important to realize that good words is good, but if these good words are not supported with action,
то вони ні в що не перевертаються.
they will not turn into anything. The result and action, yet another way to get in
Ви
immunity.
зовсім молоді.
You are very young.
Колись я трошки таким був.
I used to be like you
Все було зразу.
once.
Я все,
I wanted everything to come
принаймні завтра вранці.
immediately. If not today, then at least tomorrow morning, to happen everything. But this doesn't work in life.
Як вони швидко досягаються, так вони швидко.
Quick achievements disappear very quickly as well.
Важка робота, тільки
You should know this. Only hard toil
тільки вона дає свій результат.
will yield its results. And I want you to understand about your life. Life is not a sprinter distance. It's a long distance. It's a very long distance. On this distance, you may slow down. On some places, you may make a spurt, but it's a very long journey
Тому ви, кожен з вас,
in which
кожен
every one of you will struggle every day. And the last thing, which I believe is the key to overcoming all the viruses, and now I will
don't hold a second.
quote John Paul II. He said, "Don't be afraid.
Не бійтеся поразок.
Don't be afraid of losses. Don't be afraid of mistakes. Don't be afraid of obstacles. Don't be afraid of anything.
Вірте в себе.
Believe in yourself."
Тоді всі вірують.
And then all the viruses
Сьогоднішній світ
which today's world produces
імунітет.
will be destroyed by your immunity, by our Ukrainian national immunity. Each of you is a representative of this immunity. I would like to charge you
Нашої України.
for success, for your personal success and for the success of our country.
Okay, if you guys want to ask questions, I have.
I am not sure I have answers, but maybe you have questions.
Да, ми маємо час буквально для декількох.
We have time for some questions. Before asking questions, raise your hand. Arseny Petrovich will select himself and then try to answer your question. Please ask brief questions. Vera Poreva, postgraduate student of the Faculty of Globalistics and European Integration of the National Academy of Public Administration, Office of the President of Ukraine. I'm interested in environmental policy, and my question to you is, what's your vision of current situation and what challenges Ukraine faces in terms of environmental policy at the global level, and what would be your forecast for the future? When I was younger, I thought that I knew everything. The more I read and learned, I realized that I knew less and less. Our forum is built in such a way that I can speak a lot about it. But there is a person who will tell you about it during a panel. This is the Minister of Environmental Protection, Ostap Semrak. He's a professional. By the way, he is the person who was engaged in the Paris Climate Agreement. He will give you the best answer to this question. I know that you will make a presentation today, and I would like to say one thing. You asked a question about environmental protection, ecology. What parties will Ukrainians support, not from the point of view of the title or ideology, but from the point of view of what this party stands for? I would say for a clean ecology. This will be the answer on the question, how many people would take care about the ecology. If it's for the ecological party, you will see. You will see the results of the research. Any more questions, please? The mic. Daria Manchiko, postgraduate student of Dnipro National University. You have mentioned emotional intellect. Your attitude towards yesterday's developments, because we see that there are real problems in this area, though before nobody spoke about it. This is the virus of indifference, virus of isolationism, and virus of incompetence and non-professionalism. This is what we observed yesterday. People must wake up this morning and make a conclusion, at least to apologize before themselves, in front of themselves, if not to the people to whom they must apologize. The authorities, first of all, the Ministry of Healthcare, must understand that their parts is also very substantial in this problem. It's a virus of incompetence. And we all must say, are we a single nation or not? Do we help each other or not? Do we love our near and dear, or we break these rules? This is what destroys values. This is also the virus of consumerism, also could be added to this. Virus of incompetence, indifference, consumerism, and isolationism. These viruses yesterday led to coronavirus in Ukraine. And the last question, please. My name is Sofia Soroka, TV company RAI. I'm a journalist. What global issues Ukraine should pay the most attention to? Definitely not to the impeachment of the United States President procedure. Definitely not to the dreams that Vladimir Putin will get a blessing from the heavens and say, I will leave Donetsk, Luhansk, will give you back Crimea. I realized that I was an international criminal.
I want to put an end to this crime. I want to give Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea back to Ukraine and to pay back all the debts to you. This will never happen. If we just sit back and try to talk to Putin, we're not going to persuade him. Persuade him what? Putin is not going to stop wanting to have all Ukraine. We are not going to stop Putin hating Ukraine. We are not going to stop him believing that we are a single nation. We will not stop him thinking that he wants to be the new emperor of a new Soviet Union. We will never stop his and change his position in hating Ukraine. That's why the main thing for Ukraine now is to to preserve Ukraine, not to give up, not to lose faith, and to know that Vladimir Putin is an enemy of the Ukrainian state. Don't believe any of his rhetoric. Our allies are NATO and the European Union. Our aspiration is about joining both the EU and NATO. Our task is to persuade them that they need us as well as we need them, and that our future is in Europe, and we are not going to go back to our Soviet past. This is the global agenda for Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yatsenyuk. I believe you will understand the difference. In the past, authoritarian politicians used to go to pubs, to beer bars. Other wave of politicians used to go to factories and plants. Some others go to some comedy stand-up shows. You feel the difference. Mr. Yatsenyuk goes to universities and colleges, to the young people. I'd like to invite participants of our next panel, Larisa Galadze, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Canada to Ukraine. Melinda Simmons, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Great Britain to Ukraine, and Mr. Peter Dickinson, Editor of Ukraine Alert, Atlantic Council. Please. Our panel is called Old Challenges, New Dynamics, Global Perspective.
As a journalist on two biggest events in the sphere of international politics. One was Davos Economic Forum, another was Munich Security Forum. What was very much interesting, there was a panel with participants of several distinguished politicians, Minister of Finance of Germany, Vice Chancellor, Minister of Finance of the United States. And there was one thought which really struck me the most. It was said that the biggest driving forces behind capitalism are greed, money, and sex. Madam Ambassador, do you agree with this suggestion? Is it true?
That was not the agreement we had about what we would speak
True.
about.
Still, but generally, capitalism is dead. It was another suggestion which I heard in Davos. Capitalism as not as something which is to do with democracy, which is something to do with the level of life which people got used to. Is it true? I know we didn't agree on that point as well, but still, is it dead?
I am a hopeful person. I think that there's a lot of wealth generation that happens with capitalism that can do what you talked about, making everyone's life better. The problem with capitalism is how that wealth is kept and how it's distributed. Not that everyone, and my former Minister of Foreign Affairs speaks quite eloquently about how it is our domestic policies on taxation, education, public health care, and so on that has led to failure of globalization or the failure of the promise of globalization, and not so much globalization itself.
Generally, if we're talking about so-called new challenges, what would be the challenges the West would be facing very quickly if we're talking about American presidential elections, if we're talking about Russian strategy towards the West, towards targeting democracy?
I'm not sure that I can add much more than the previous speaker just said, because all of those viruses that he spoke about are attacking and challenging every single one of the old dynamics and of the long-standing challenges that the world has in getting along with itself at the level of governments, at the level of alliances, and at the level of people. So I'm not sure that I would add anything to that. In terms of the day-to-day watching, and this is an interesting year, obviously, for Canada with our closest neighbor, and always an interesting day in Ukraine with its closest neighbor. I think that the last 4 years have proven that it is possible to continue working together, and Canada has demonstrated that in how it has renegotiated a major trade agreement with the United States, with all of what has been happening in the United States and all the fear that's generated by that. Nonetheless, there is a certain business as usual that continues to take place because of the integrated economies, because of the values that we continue to share.
Thank you. I would like now to proceed to your colleague, Madam Ambassador. Arseniy Yatsenyuk, in his speech, then he was talking about 10 viruses which hit the world. He mentioned the virus of isolationism. So from your perspective, do you think that this is exactly what happened with United Kingdom, if we're talking in a context of Brexit? And do you think that after Brexit, Britain would become more isolated from problems of European Union, of Ukraine, and Western civilization?
I always have a little personal bet with myself. How long will it take after I step on a stage before someone mentions Brexit? So the answer is no. I don't think that it makes the UK more isolated. That's not what people voted for when they voted in the referendum to leave the EU. There have been lots of arguments about what they thought they were voting for when they voted to leave the EU. But the posture it's taken is, well, we haven't actually technically left the EU yet. We're in a transition period for this year. But this year will really tell the tale in terms of how the UK builds on the international posture that it's had all these years. The UK will be working alongside the EU. It won't be inside the EU anymore, but it'll be working alongside the EU as it does with many, many other partners, and will continue to be as active on international issues and in international organisations as it has ever been. Probably a really good example of that for this year is climate change, which I know has already come up. This is my first time in Ukraine in the winter. I don't think all winters are like this in Ukraine. My understanding is that at this point in February, and I'm just looking out of the window, we should be ankle deep in snow. But we're not, it's about 7 degrees. And this could be a one-off, but I'm thinking that back in the UK in the last 2 weekends, we've had serious gales and severe floods that we would not normally have in the UK at this time of the year. Alongside these issues that were just discussed in the first section, and perhaps connected to them, climate change has got to be our biggest challenge. And what's happening this year? The UK is co-hosting COP26 along with Italy in Glasgow. It's an incredibly important issue for this government and for the Prime Minister. Now, that is not a sign of isolationism. That is a sign of seeking new partnerships in order to tackle challenges that one might argue we're overdue to tackle. But it does show that we may be working alongside an organisation that we were in for a very long time, and it has an impact when you've been part of a family for a long time and you're leaving it. But it is not a walking away per se from international issues or global partnerships.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. We'll now proceed to Peter Dickinson, a good friend of mine. Peter, I know Brits have always been very much skeptical about Germans. I'm talking about Munich Security Conference. You know, it's a very unlucky place for European politics. Recently in Ukraine Alert, we saw a letter signed by several Ukrainian intellectuals, including my friend Danilo Lubkivsky, which was about so-called 12 steps, which were presented, a document which was presented in Munich. I saw it, well, I have even a copy of it, a hard copy, and it was really striking for me to see that during Munich conference, like hundreds of his copies of his document were circulating around Munich Security Conference, and later we saw Wolfgang Ischinger, well, the organizer of the whole event, who said, what is this? I don't know. Well, we have nothing to do with paper. Well, my signature is on it. I have no idea how it happened. You know, I don't know. So, from your perspective, these documents, these 12 steps, which we saw, it was signed by many distinguished Western analysts, and by former Russian Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov as well. Is it some sort of, we should be very much scared of? Is it just a simple document, or this is really a strategy behind all these things?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Is it on? Yeah. Well, I think the document you refer to from Munich, the 12 steps, I wouldn't want to speculate on exactly how it came to be in the forum. Of course, it looked fairly suspicious that it was there on an unofficial level, but very, very widely spread. So, of course, the assumption would be that the organisers were supporting it, although albeit unofficially. But it's part of a broader trend. I think there is a push from Russia itself for obvious reasons, but also within Western capitals, certainly probably centered around Europe, but also to a degree in America, for a resolution to the Ukrainian issue. And if we look at the events that have happened in the world since 2014, if we take in their totality, if we look at the issues of Russian hybrid aggression, involvement, interference in elections, support for separatism in Catalonia, the various political assassinations we've seen, the large-scale involvement in Syria, the deployment of Russian so-called Naumniki or these Wagner battalions in Libya, in Central Africa, in Venezuela. All these things come back to Ukraine. All roads lead to Ukraine. They all lead specifically to a building in Simferopol in late February 2014 when Russia crossed a red line. Russia invaded and took over Crimea. Now, I remember very well where I was that morning, and it's a kind of a Kennedy assassination moment almost, seeing the footage coming out from Crimea overnight of these obviously Russian special forces seizing the parliamentary building in Simferopol. I was aware very quickly of what was going on. There was a Russian operation taking place to seize Crimea. But I didn't realize immediately how broad the implications of that event would be for international security. But as we've seen since then, the effects have rippled outwards, onwards, and upwards, and they have created we're talking about a serious deterioration in global security. Military spending is now at 10-year highs globally. People are spending more money on their armies, more money on their defense. They're having to allocate more budgets to this sphere because of the actions of the Russian Federation. And it all comes back to Ukraine. So, of course, there is a considerable I wouldn't say a global consensus, but a considerable push to try and resolve this somehow. And the 12 points you refer to are part of that. If we look at the points themselves, I think a lot of them were fairly common sense. Some of them were fairly outrageous. The suggestion that Russia should be able to contribute to the process of determining Ukraine's national identity would be obviously the most absurd of all the points. But in general, the fact that it was able to slip into the Munich agenda is symptomatic of this desire to resolve the Ukrainian issue, and it's also symptomatic of the desire to avoid confrontation with Russia, because frankly speaking, nobody in the international community has any appetite for confrontation with Russia. Ukraine has no choice, because Ukraine has been attacked by Russia. The rest of the world is desperate to try and somehow reach a compromise. Now, unfortunately, the danger is that that will be at Ukraine's expense. So the challenge for Ukraine is to make sure that the big issues that Russia has raised in Ukraine remain on the agenda, so that Ukraine does not become a sacrificial lamb to appease Russia in that sense.
Thank you so much, Peter. And we will have now time for our speakers to deliver their short speeches addressed to participants of today's conference. Madam Ambassador, please.
Thank you for having me. It was great to be with this forum in view in, I think it was December, still not as an official ambassador, and I'm delighted to have been invited back. Let me start by recounting my own moment, my own, where were you when John F. Kennedy was killed or man landed on the moon. In 2014, when sitting in Canada and after having brought my whole family here for a visit in the summer of 2013 and experienced Kyiv and Lviv, we watched Maidan events unfold, and we felt very closely connected to what was going on, because we had emails, actually it's more like Facebook messages from family members. The diaspora organized, there was a lot of news. We could do something though. We could donate money, we could collect supplies, we could write and provide moral support. And the day that we marked yesterday came as a great relief. I rewatched Winter on Fire last night, and it brought all that back. And then I remember a distinct change in how I felt about all of this when Russia invaded. And the feeling of complete, well, like throwing up your hands and thinking, oh, that's it for anything I can do now. Completely a different league of problem was created, and a feeling of disconnection and of not knowing what would happen next. I say all of that as a sort of a preamble to what my own observations have been here since arriving as ambassador in late last year. And this question that's been posed about the old challenges, new dynamics, and the answers that I will provide based on, largely on observations since arriving, and the work that I've previously done in the international system. I think that the first, and this is a security conference, right? So let's talk about security. Let's talk about what brings us security. And the first thing that I would talk about is the rules-based international order, and in particular democracy. At their basis, these are ways of resolving disputes. And the last decades have given us the World Trade Organization, the European Union, NATO, other organizations who at their heart are about keeping peace because they write the rules for how we're going to behave with each other, whether it's in trade or in a military alliance or politically. They're also really good, it says, "Здоровий спосіб життя," these international organizations, because they have an equalizer effect that really benefits countries like Canada and Ukraine. Middle-sized countries, and in particular middle-sized countries living beside massive countries. They also represent ways of reaching international consensus And when you're reaching international consensus, you're exercising your empathy, you're realizing that you all have a stake in something together, and you're creating a vision or an objective to which everyone can work. And we know from behavioral psychology how much it makes us feel good when we are together working towards a common goal. So what are the challenges to this rules-based international order that we see? Actually, I'm not going to talk about them because they're obvious, I think. But today in Ukraine, I think it's worth talking about Ukraine's integration into this system, maybe questioning whether there's a system into which to integrate. But it starts with whatever the future is, if we don't work every single day to build a strong democracy with a rules-based order, a justice system that works, then that membership will always be far away. I think the old challenges to that rules-based international system come from first the outside, maintaining international consensus. It's work. And from the inside in Ukraine, I think the old challenge is that those waves of hope followed by disillusionment. And what are the new dynamics in both of those areas? From the outside, I think that France, Germany, the future of Europe and Europe's relationships with both Russia and China in particular, I think challenge those. Populism, we spoke about it already today. You can't build consensus when people don't know what to think. When people don't know what reality is, when you have to spend so much time of your day every day figuring out what the truth is of any given world event. When you have to think, when you're constantly thrown in conspiracy theorizing yourself, even when you know that you're not a person prone to that. How do you build consensus in a society? How do you build consensus in an international community when those viruses afflict us? I think from the inside, the new dynamic that exists is one, actually my driver encapsulated it yesterday. You know, he drove past Майдан and he said, "Це історія, яка назад життя принесла Україні." That was a new dynamic. I think it is a new dynamic from all the young people that I meet and all of the inspiration that what happened on Maidan, that the revolution of dignity brought to society. But you hear it being questioned. You hear that resolve being questioned. Does it still exist? Does it have staying power? Is this something that we've forgotten? Do we have too many people in government now who weren't actually on the Maidan and in their narrative don't pay enough homage to it? So when we are talking about a rules-based international system that has helped bring security and peace and calm to the world and democracy, from the outside there are challenges and from the inside there are challenges, and in both respects there are also new dynamics. I will just talk one more minute about NATO.
Absolutely.
Because I think that there too we have a demonstration effect. NATO, it's about our collective security. It's a military and a political alliance. Let's not forget the political part. It's not just what we do as allies, it's what we stand for and who we are as allies. It was originally founded to deter Russian expansionism and to promote European integration with a transatlantic link. The values are democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. The old challenges, again, they go without saying. In fact, they might be healthier today, certainly than they were maybe 20, 30 years ago, the challenges. But I'm always reassured and excited when I speak to my colleagues who work at NATO that the alliance works, that notwithstanding the politics and the stuff that we hear about at the top level and the questioning the brain power that NATO has. The alliance works, and there are numerous examples over the last even 6 months of how that is. And I would say the summit in London in December, which a lot of people feared might spell the end of the alliance. And yet what happened in the end? All of the business that had to be transacted was transacted. So as an institution, it works. I think it faces many new dynamics: hybrid war, cyber warfare. These domains are incredibly active, and it's good that they are recognized as domains. Russia and China, I'll say it again. All of these are challenging our ideas of how to assure collective security. But the fact that NATO has better and stronger partnerships with countries that are not in NATO, the fact that it has taken interoperability beyond the alliance with countries like Ukraine and Georgia, I think demonstrates that it is relevant, it knows where its relevance lies, and that it is a goal that for Ukraine it must continue to be pursued. And I can tell you from where I sit and from the meetings I've had over the last 2 months, that drive, that determination, and that commitment is very much alive in the government institutions. So I will leave it at that and take it further in questions. Thank you
so much. Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador. We will have Q&A session at the end of our panel. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, I mean, I think a new decade is always a good moment for reflection. I'm sure this has happened at the beginning of previous decades, and while a huge thing happened at the beginning of this one, initiated by the UK and leaving the EU, actually it's just one of many shifts that show, firstly, that the world is becoming an increasingly multipolar place. There are new centres of powers and influence. There is a greater variety of actors. There are new methods of attack. There are evolving technologies. And we're in a just much more interconnected world. And that signifies, for one thing, a broader array of threats that we need to take into account. And that challenge spreads from defending our critical national infrastructure to addressing global health epidemics. And I think the second reflection is that the continued rise of states that seek to challenge, as Larissa suggested, the post-World War II international security architecture, that is on the increase in this last decade. As those in this part of the world know better than anyone, frankly, a pattern of Russian aggression has existed over the past decade that seeks to rewrite those rules and norms of the international security system. It's events in Ukraine, but not just in Ukraine, also in Syria, also in Salisbury in the UK. They show the challenge that we face, and they show the need for effective deterrence. Malign state and non-state actors have, of course, always used the tools at their disposal to achieve those aims, but the speed and the complexity of change presents a new challenge for us all. And national defense is no longer ensured through solely maintaining the sanctity of your own physical borders. The move from an industrial age to an informational and digital age changes the means of competition between states and the economics of conflict. And also, as I indicated, our long-term security is going to be influenced by other factors: demographic change, increased urbanization, access to technology, and environmental change. So I've talked about our unusually warm and snow-free winter in Kyiv, which has made moving around the city far easier than I understand it would be normally at this time of year, but it has prompted a more urgent discussion about the impact of climate change. And while we have made some progress on curbing worldwide emissions, it's clear we're not moving fast enough. And our response to that challenge over the next decade is going to be really important to safeguard our climate, our availability of water, access to air, clean air, and our way of life. So I just want to offer 3 thoughts on what we do about that slightly dizzying array of challenges. Firstly, and most basically, I think we have to make sure that we understand the nature of the threat and that we are flexible enough to be able to adapt. The threat, whether from malign states or wider factors, is becoming already increasingly complex because of emerging technologies, because of globalization, and it exposes greater surface area to attacks. So we have got to anticipate those attacks, and we have got to devise our tailored responses ahead of time. That's my first thought. My second is that we need to continue to develop effective deterrents that combine traditional defense elements that we've evolved over time with modern capabilities, and that we make sure we use them proportionately and responsibly. And my third thought is that we have got to maintain and develop our partnerships. This is a particularly critical one for all of us, but a thing the UK focuses on now as leaving the EU gives the focus to new partnerships. And that means all of us has to recognise our shared stake in defending the rules-based international system, as Larissa mentioned, from malign actors, but also our shared stake in protecting the future of the planet. Regardless of the specific threat, our ability to coordinate, to share evidence, to trigger response mechanisms depends entirely on the effectiveness of those partnerships. And for me, that third point is particularly important because the UK has been playing a leading role in working to ensure that multilateral institutions that underpin those rules that Larissa was explaining hold us together are effectively equipped. And I know that there has been much debate about the eroding or attempted eroding of those institutions. So I want to give you 4 examples where I think this has worked really well in the last 10 years. Firstly, the G7's new rapid response mechanism, which strengthens coordination across the G7 in identifying, preventing, and responding to threats in G7 democracies. The second that strikes me is the Organisation for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, which is the attribution mechanism for chemical incidents following chemical weapons attacks, for example in Syria, and offers the means to challenge the impunity of chemical weapons users. The next is international sanctions, which are also evolving. And in addition to established measures that respond to Russian actions in Ukraine, the EU, with UK support, has adopted frameworks that can be used to sanction those responsible for chemical weapons use and for malign cyber activity. And as I said, this year we're going to be using our presidency of COP26 to work together with other governments and with civil society to address the risks posed by climate change. That hopefully will be another example of effective international partnership. And all that work is going to continue. The UK is leaving the EU, but we are not leaving Europe. We remain a European country that is activist and will remain active in the international system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador. Thank you. Peter?
Well, I think the start of a new decade is always a good time to reflect. And I think this decade began with a very interesting event in Moscow when we saw President Putin effectively announce, although as usual not directly, that he intends to remain in power forever. This creates a reasonable expectation that the aggression against Ukraine will also continue. Putin's positions on Ukraine, as Mr. Yatsenyuk said in his introduction, are clear. His talk of one nation, his references to Ukraine, large parts of Ukraine as being unreasonably handed by the Bolsheviks to Ukraine that are native Russian lands in the south and east. All these factors, never mind the war itself, indicate that he, even if he were to wish to for political reasons, would not be able to go back on his very strong imperial stance towards Ukraine. So as we look ahead to the next decade, unfortunately, the forecast for Ukraine is a continuation of the hostilities we see now. They may be of a military nature, they may be of a more hybrid nature, but I think it's unrealistic to expect that to change. And as such, that means Ukraine will remain very much on the front lines of the global security agenda and on the front lines of the line between authoritarianism and populism and democracy. Now, as young Ukrainians, I imagine, well, I hope and I believe you will all have a significant role to play over the coming decade in Ukraine's responses to these threats and to these realities. There are immediate responses in the military sphere, obviously. In East Ukraine, the Ukrainian military it faces daily challenges, daily confrontations. The military sphere will remain active to a greater or lesser degree, as we saw earlier this week, in fact, when there was another escalation. There are economic aspects to this issue. We see Ukraine's economic geography changing quite dramatically. Russia's stake in the Ukrainian trade balance has decreased dramatically from around 1/3 to around 10%, but it's still a significant partner. But at the same time, Ukraine is now broadening its horizons. It's now developing economic interests strongly with the EU, also with very important markets such as China, India, and the Middle East. So these are areas where Ukraine's economic independence will play a significant role in the country's security. But I would like to focus, if I may, briefly on the informational aspect. I personally work in the English language media, so I have first-hand experience, and I'm here to tell you that Ukraine is taking a very big beating in the informational sphere, in the English language and the international informational sphere. This is the reality. I don't think it's profitable to hide that. I think we need to address this. There are a number of reasons for this. The first reason is obviously Russian disinformation, and this we hear a lot about. Russia clearly has its own agenda and has been very active in pushing its narratives about Ukraine on in the international media informational space. But I wouldn't want to overestimate the impact of these narratives. I think Russia lacks credibility internationally. The Russian platforms that we hear a lot about, Russia Today TV channel, Sputnik information service, Russian state services, they lack credibility. They have a certain niche in Western countries, but it's very much a fringe. It's a conspiracy-rooted area which they've capitalized on very successfully, but even so, its reach is very limited. Far more damaging is the coverage of Ukraine that we see coming from the Western media, very often from correspondents who are based in Moscow. Now, of course, there are intrinsic and obvious problems with people living in Moscow writing about a Russian war against Ukraine. There is a tendency to overplay Russian narratives, a tendency to seek the middle ground when half the argument is based on falsehood, quite often. But there is also a big problem from Ukraine's side, which I'd like to specifically talk about, if I may. Ukraine's narrative, Ukraine's story, is not well known. People do not know about Ukraine's long struggle for independence. They don't know about the efforts in 1917, 1918, 1920. These things are simply unknown. No one's ever heard of them. People in the West are shocked when I tell them that Ukraine was the epicenter of 20th century totalitarianism, that Hitler and Stalin's worst crimes were committed here, that this was the center of the entire epoch-defining period of totalitarianism. And this explains what we see in Ukraine today. This explains a lot of the context of today's Ukrainian situation. It's unknown. It's simply unknown to Western audiences. They see the Ukrainian conflict through the prism of geopolitics. They see Russia. They see the West, especially America. And Ukraine's voice is lost in this very global discussion, to Ukraine's detriment. Now that means that the natural sympathies that the Western world and the international community in a broader sense would have and does have to a degree is lost because people don't know Ukraine's narrative. So my message today would be for you as young Ukrainians to think about how you can get Ukraine's story out by any means possible. By social media, by traditional media, by new media, by your own individual blogs, by interaction with Western institutions, by participation in conferences, by dialogue. In any means you have available to you or you can think of, try to tell people about Ukraine's story, to explain about the country's realities, about your dreams as young Ukrainians, what you would like to see, about your perception of your national identity, of your national goals, of your ambitions. Because these things are very persuasive. I mean, I've lived in Ukraine for a long time, and I find Ukraine's story to be captivating. You know, in many aspects, it's like a Hollywood blockbuster. It's so amazing, and sometimes it's almost unbelievable. Sometimes I find myself telling people about Ukraine, and I literally find, I have to admit, I'm sure they don't believe me because it's so fantastic. It's so remarkable. A story, but it's true. It's there, but it's not known. And this idea is this reality is very damaging for Ukraine's security because it allows primarily Russian, but not only Russian, disinformation to take root. And it undermines Ukraine's argument. You know, this is not about America. This is not about NATO expansion. This is about Europe's biggest country realizing its potential, moving towards a European integration, building an independent future. This is a very captivating story that is not being told as effectively as it could be. And I believe in the coming 10 years, it's vital that you as young Ukrainians tell this story as much as possible to move away from this geopolitical interpretation and to focus people on the realities here of you, the Ukrainian people.
Піже, thank you so much. Отже, зараз ми матимемо
Thank you very much. Now we'll have some 30 to 35 minutes for Q&A. Please put up your hands if you want to ask a question. You will be given microphones. Please introduce yourselves. Please try to be brief and definitely introduce yourselves and address your questions to our panelists.
So, in your opinion, how will relations between Britain and Ireland change after UK left the European Union?
I think it's probably, so Ireland and Scotland, I think, are the Prime Minister's two most immediate challenges, and is one of the reasons why he is, and has not been Prime Minister for that long, just since December, has had a relentless domestic focus, actually. So I think he knows better than anyone that over the next 3 to 6 months, how he negotiates his way through the transition arrangement with the EU and how he enables that so that the Union retains an incentive to work together as it has before. That is probably one of his biggest challenges. So exiting the EU well with a good trade deal is one, and holding incentives for the Union together is the other. But I think it's a bit too early to say, to answer definitively your question, and part of that is because of the outcome of the Irish elections, which were pretty much a huge shock for everyone because it returned Sinn Féin to a degree that no one had expected, and meant that anyone who was calculating that this would be a straight bilateral conversation about sort of Euro integration between Leo Varadkar and Boris Johnson would need to think again about what that means, and I don't think it's yet clear. It is clear, however, that it remains his most immediate to-do.
Будь ласка, от я маю вашу руку.
My name is Anastasia. I'm research fellow in the Hague Center for Strategic Studies, and thank you for your statements. It will be quite a food for thought for me. My question is about society's resilience. It's about ability of society to resist to vulnerabilities. Your Excellency, you were talking about deterrence, so even NATO recognizes resilience as a very important part of deterrence. And I'm really quite worried about our EU's approach to dealing with problems, to addressing those problems. I'm afraid that we quite inherit the bad habit of gathering, talking about some buzzwords, and then not talking about really sensitive issues, which may be painful, but we have to discuss them. So you have a privilege to give us side advice, because you can step aside and tell your expert assessment of what youth can do, or what hasn't been done yet by adults to build that Ukrainian society's resilience? Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. I think that your question that what can youth do, I think is exactly right, because I think that the kind of habits of life, the lifestyle, the intellectual and emotional lifestyle that needs to be habits that need to be bred, that we need to have to come from childhood. And then there are many of the challenges that exist now that cannot be overcome through intellectual debate. In my previous work, I spent a lot of time looking at conflict and peace building. And a lot of peace building work is about returning resilience to a society that has been torn apart. And I see its relevance here for obvious reasons because of the conflict, but I think that it runs deeper than that, because this road that Ukraine has been on since independence hasn't been one that consistently and deeply addressed the points of grievance in society. And so with the energy that exists now, with youth, that a generation that has grown up with a different set of lifestyle habits, I think, the opportunity is there to build that, to put down the roots of resilience. But I will tell you one area where I think, where I'm not sure it's getting enough attention, and where youth could be used and instrumentalized. You can instrumentalize yourself. And that is in this issue of what it means to have a national identity. And the issues that will need to be overcome when peace does come, when Crimea and the occupied territories are returned under the governance of Ukraine. And what conversations will need to happen both about the atrocities that took place and the crimes and the violence and the property destruction in and near the area of conflict, and then the broader idea about what it means to be a part of the state, to fight for a state or against a state, for an identity or against an identity. And the higher level question there is, what is the identity? And coming from Canada, it is a national pastime in Canada to discuss identity. And I think that we've come to a bit of a sort of a homeostasis, a bit of a balance, or a way of existing that allows us to be constantly negotiating our identity. But it's rooted in some deep values. The values don't change, but how those values manifest themselves change in relation to other things that change in our environment. Literally our environment, our coming to terms with past grievances with Indigenous people, what's happening south of the border for us. And the ability to talk about identity in a way that doesn't make things worse is really, really important. And I think a lot of resilience lies there. And so in Ukraine, it's about the language issues. It's about minority rights. It's about inclusion. It's about the role that women play in society and gender equality. Where in all over the world we feel like there's a backlash, like that like we're losing a little bit of ground there. Identity also is about talking about history, understanding history, and coming to a common understanding of what that history really is, and that's so difficult here. And then it'll also be about talking about the near history and what that conflict was about. I saw very interesting data the other day about how Maidan is understood in different parts of the country. And when in one part of the country, or in large parts of the country, it's about dignity and the revolution of dignity, and in some other parts of the country, the feeling is very strong that it was the overthrow of a government and a coup, and a country wants to move forward on this basis of this hidnost, and the revolution of dignity, and there's a part that doesn't understand that. That's an identity piece that needs to be negotiated, and I really don't think that there's anyone better than youth. And we see the Ukrainian Leadership Academy is doing this, the Kyiv Security Forum is doing with this through the youth outreach. You see other ways in which there's an attempt to mix people and to start early enough when that empathy is still strong, when there's still a curiosity about a world, when there's still a hopefulness and an optimism about the world. So discussions, learn to discuss identity in a way that is empathetic and peaceful.
Thank you. Так, будь ласка, тут.
Please, here. Nobody wants to ask a question here. Over there.
My name is Anastasia. I'm studying ethnic politics and economics at Ukrainian Catholic University. And my question is about Ukrainian story, because I think it's the question that fascinates me the most. And my question to all of you, from your perspective, in case of Ukraine, if we talk about delivering the message through the soft powers, through movies, through culture, is it better to be financed and supported by government, like particularly in Ukraine, or should we give it like a free flow like of ideas? Do you think we should get some push from the government in that case? If we talk about like sharing this Ukrainian ideas to other countries. Thank you.
Honestly, I'm in agreement with my colleague, and I don't think it matters. I think the great leveler of technology is that however you feel is best to get the message out, whether it's government-sponsored, whether our own cultural soft power agencies, like in my case the British Council, who do a lot of this work, do it through their programs, whether it's you people getting on your blogs or telling your friends, or it's me when I go to London and I do an interview with UK media telling them that there is a whole nother side to Ukraine beyond war, impeachment, corruption, and general awfulness, and let's talk about economic diversification and a fantastic youth and an extraordinary future with a reformist government. Don't think it matters. I think it needs all of it, because I agree that the gap is, and I've seen this, I've had the same experience in just 6 months. The gap is so enormous in terms of people's understanding of this country that, quite frankly, whichever way you feel moved and able and empowered to be able to tell the story should be told, and it's on all of us. It's on your government, it's on my government, it's on me, it's on you.
I would just add to that comment. I actually have some personal experience of working with the Ukrainian government in this area, and it wasn't particularly positive, without being overcritical. I think with any government, there are political agendas, there are political limitations, I think there are agendas, but there's also caution, there's also limitations, there's also restrictions, there's also bureaucracy. So I would, whilst obviously welcoming government efforts in this direction, I would very strongly suggest that you shouldn't wait. Get the message out. Get the message out. You know, I think Ronald Reagan said the 8 or 10 worst words in the world. We're the government and we're here to help you. I think this definitely applies in Ukraine, and it certainly applies in the information sphere. So, you know, please do not look to them for leadership on this issue. This is your thing. It's your future, and you have the story to tell. And frankly, I think that your voices are a lot more credible than those of authority.
Madam Ambassador? No? Okay, good. Будь ласка.
So my name is Marisa Tomaszewska. I'm a journalist, Riot TV. My question is to Honorable Ambassador of Great Britain to Ukraine. And the question is, Brexit information campaigns are an important component of Ukraine's integration into the EU. They have the function not only of informing the public about Brexit, but also forming views on the need to do and the benefits of being a member of a major European association. On your own view, what influence it will have in the integration of Ukraine to the European Union?
So just so I understand, you're asking what influence
About
Brexit
media,
would have
yeah, Brexit,
on
media
Ukraine's
of
own
Great Britain
aspirations.
and its
Yeah.
forms, Ukraine's
Yeah.
use.
So I mean, I'm asked this often, and I think it's a quite difficult thing, but the answer to you is this. The British citizens didn't vote to leave the EU because they think the EU is a bad institution. They voted to leave the EU because the slim majority of Brits decided that they wanted their future to be determined alongside the EU. That is what they decided. And because the UK is a democracy and the majority voted that way in the referendum, we have left the EU. Now, the majority of Ukrainians, according to your last poll, want to determine their future inside the EU. That is what you want. And Ukraine is a democracy, and the UK is a strong friend and ally of Ukraine. And therefore, part of our job in working with Ukraine is to help you along that road. So it should not, and I absolutely recognise that when one person leaves a family, the rest of the family starts looking around at what's wrong with the family because that person left it. And maybe there is room for introspection for the EU, and certainly, frankly, in all times like this, there are rooms for talking about reforms and changes. But this is not about an institutional criticism of the EU. This is about how nations determine their future. And the Brits have determined they want their future to go one way. You have decided you want your future to go another. Our job is to make it work for each other.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daria. I coordinate the joint project by NATO and Harvard University. And we talked a lot about partnerships and collaborations with the institutions outside Ukraine, but it seems that we should first clean up and sort things out internally and, make our beds, as, Mr. Yatsenuk quoted. I heard a very curious, very simple but curious thought yesterday, is that Ukraine, until it goes out into the world and tries to become prosperous and successful, it should sort out its national interest first. And until we sort out the national interests, there's not much we can do and not one particular unified direction we can move towards. My question to you is somebody who comes from very different background and education and environment, what might those national interests be for Ukraine, for us to once again move forward in unity?
Peter, it's you.
Okay, yeah, simple question. Yeah, what's Ukraine's national interest? Well, I think the obvious national interest is independence and security, and that's clear. That's an existential question and an immediate question, which I think that Ukrainians can unite around, and we saw in 2014 that Ukrainians did unite around it. I think Putin's great mistake in 2014 was asking the wrong question. He hoped to ask the question, do you choose Russia or do you choose Europe? But by attacking Ukraine, the question he asked actually was, do you choose Russia or do you choose Ukraine? And a lot of people who perhaps over the previous 23 years of independence had not really made a conscious decision about their position towards their Ukrainian identity. Certainly in my experience, I often encountered that. A lot of people were quite indifferent to they were Ukrainian citizens, but they didn't dwell on identity issues overly. But when Putin posed this question, very decisively, as we saw by the response of the nation, and we continue to see by various surveys and polls, people said, well, actually, we are Ukrainians. Regardless of language, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of different categorizations. So I think that that's a uniting factor. Security is a great uniting factor. That has to be a priority, and that's something that people can unite around. We talk a lot about the things that divide Ukrainians. Language is one, obviously, again, ethnicity, again, attitudes towards history. These are real issues, but I wouldn't want to overestimate them in the context of global identity, of international identities in different countries. Every country has these issues. If you look at the electoral maps of Britain, of America, of Italy, of Germany. There are historic divides that don't change for decades and decades, more or less. It's very common for countries to have very diverse range of opinions and identities within countries and within communities. That does not make Ukraine somehow a lesser country or a more vulnerable country than others. The key factor in Ukraine, the X factor, as it were, in the issue is Russia. So whilst these issues are important and need to be, it's very healthy to address them, the identity issues that we've addressed this morning, I wouldn't overestimate them or exaggerate them in the sense that they're not exceptional. All countries have these issues. But if we talk about uniting around particular issues, I think certainly security would be one. I think prosperity would be one. I think rule of law is crucial. This is something I hear from the international community and certainly the international investment community and businesses looking at Ukraine, excited about Ukraine, but saying, hold on a minute, the court system doesn't work properly. Again, with this coronavirus fiasco that we saw yesterday, that is essentially a vote of no confidence in the state. The people in England aren't thrilled to see people potentially infected with coronavirus being moved next door, but they don't go out and attack them in the streets and form barricades because they have a fundamental trust that the state will protect them. I use Britain, this could be any other country. In Ukraine, they don't have that trust. So I think trust in the state, trust in state institutions is also a key thing. So in security from outside threats and faith in the functioning of the state are two areas which all Ukrainians can agree upon.
I think I'm going to reject the premise of the question, that you have an option even to do one before the other, because I don't think that where Ukraine finds itself, its specific circumstances and the general challenges that it faces, like all countries do, I don't think you have the luxury of luxury of time to debate which should come first. And as an outsider who nonetheless is familiar with where reforms are going, where internationally things are going, how Ukraine is looked on, it's not unclear. It's quite clear. It is a European or integrationist orientation. There are glitches in sometimes how that's communicated or how well it's going or how fast it's going. But I think that it's clear. I think that you need to get up in the morning, make your bed, and hurry up and get to work on all this stuff. And I would also say that what it's going to take to succeed with reforms and economically relies on the outside, and the outside relies on the inside. So there's a really there's very tight loop between cleaning up at home and integrating beyond. And I'll give you an example. When I've met with members of chambers of commerce, big investment funds, they're not talking about macroeconomic stability. They're not talking about the slowness of regulatory reform. You know what they're talking about? The judicial system. That's their interest. And until there is confidence on outside investors that the judicial system in Ukraine works, that money's not going to be flowing. And when the money's not flowing from external investors, you can't get the GDP increases and the economic generation inside the country that can then pay for a health system in which people will have more trust, pay for an education system, pay for more daycares so that women can go to work sooner after having children, all that kind of stuff. So there is a really very tight link between what Ukraine is doing at home and the outside, and what the outside is willing to do for Ukraine, and how that's possible here.
Thank you. Давайте трошки далі підемо, там бачу багато рук.
Let's go further deep into the audience. There are many.
Thank you for
Hands, I see that.
My name is Artur Borsuk. I am the second course Political Science Department, Philosophical Faculty, Kyiv National University. And my question is, what will Ukraine need to do if the West's policy of supporting Ukraine will change? If the election in USA will win something like Bernie Sanders, and it will be enforced isolation, because now we can see that something like that with France.
Well, I mean, obviously, I think the American election is the one that everyone's looking at this year for obvious reasons. America is the superpower, and however multipolar the world becomes, America remains the sole superpower, and that will be the case for at least the next decade or so, I would imagine. President Trump's attitudes towards Ukraine have been in the spotlight a lot in the last 6 months, and the news has not been particularly encouraging from a Ukrainian point of view, to put it mildly. Yet, American support is still quite solid, and we've seen bipartisan efforts from the Congress, from Republican and Democrat congressmen, and in the Senate to underline that. We've seen delegations visiting Ukraine in the past week or so. We've seen support in the media, and we've seen actions. We've seen bills passed, aid bills passed in Congress for Ukraine, sanctions against Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline, a number of measures that underline the fact that the President of America is part of a bigger system, and the American institutions, certainly Congress and the Senate, but also the defense, the establishment, security establishment, are very committed and remain very committed to Ukraine. So I don't think that we will see dramatic changes in that regard. I think the danger from the specifically American point of view is that Ukraine has become a little bit toxic in their politics. People don't want to get involved just because of the mess around the impeachment situation, because of all of the bizarre narratives that emerged over the past 6 months. So there are challenges certainly there with President Trump winning a second term, and with some of the other candidates as well. You mentioned Bernie Sanders. Yeah, of course, seeing him speaking very enthusiastically about the Soviet Union raises eyebrows, causes some concern, but others say that he would be very bad for Mr. Putin. I think we have to wait and see, but fundamentally, the support for Ukraine, I believe, will remain strong in America. I think to a degree this applies to European countries as well. I think there's probably more appetite within the EU for a detente with Russia, and that's something that Ukraine has to be cautious of. But there's also a lack of, they don't have a lot of room to maneuver in terms of relaxing sanctions against Russia unless Russia takes action in Ukraine, because Russia's breaches of international law are so flagrant, are so outrageous. I think our focus here is not only the Donbass but also Crimea, because the extent to which these are departures from international law are so grave that unless we see developments there of a positive nature for Ukraine, then it's very difficult to see how Europe can really justify relaxation of the current stance, however much they may wish to return to business as usual. So there are challenges, but I wouldn't overestimate them at this stage.
Thank you, Peter. Давайте ще туди, от там же ж залишайтесь, там багато рук. Ще комусь, будь ласка.
Please pass on the microphone too.
Hello, my name is Spodanyuk, and I'm a co-founder at the Ukrainian Youth think tank Adastra. And I have a question to Larisa Galaza. Your Excellency, as for democracy, what do you think about the blockades crisis near Vancouver in Canada, and relations between Justin Trudeau and the leader of the opposition, Andrew Scheer? Thank you very much.
Wow.
A very good question, and I think we're seeing right now how Canada and Canadians are negotiating their own politics, which are so deep and complicated and long-standing. And we're seeing, first, a commitment to peaceful resolution. And as long as it's words, it's good. We're seeing that, I hope, a confidence in the institutions of law enforcement. We're seeing the degree to which the environment is important to Canadians, and the degree to which environmental objectives and economic objectives need to be negotiated. I haven't been, Ukraine keeps me really, really busy these days. So I haven't been watching the dynamics, and I'm not sure I'd want to comment on the interpersonal dynamics anyway. But I think that we're, in terms of crisis management, I think it's a really good example to watch right now to see how it goes. We have a history of blockades and treating them badly in the past, and I think there is a real desire to not repeat history, and to recognize that there are significant issues here that need to be discussed, and maintain faith that there are peaceful ways of doing that.
Туди трошки ближче, будь ласка. Дякую.
My name is Kate. I studied journalism at Dnipro National University, so my question is to Mr. Dickinson. President Zelensky orders creation law which will, which will try to use, I'm sorry. President Zelensky orders creation of law regulating media. So my question, tell us your attitude to this law, and is it protection from fakes or censorship? Thank you.
I don't believe diplomats are actually entitled to answer this question. I think, Peter, it's for you. It's for you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I believe so, yeah. Thank you. The law in question, as I understood, is still in process. It's undergoing revisions, as I understand. Although the government has said they remain committed to this process, it's a very fine line between defense against fake news and censorship. My understanding of the law as it stands is that it's attempting to pressure the media outlets because they feel that they cannot prosecute the people who promote the fakes themselves. They're trying to target those who put them into the information sphere, the media. I think it's quite dangerous. As with all Ukrainian law, implementation will be key, but there are a lot of intrinsic risks involved in this approach. I think, and this is something that every country is dealing with today. We are now looking at, we have an organization like Facebook, which is now perhaps the biggest media organization in the world, which has basically said, we will allow political fakes. We will not remove them. Which is hugely controversial. A lot of people have been very, very disillusioned by that stance, and that has huge implications. And every country must look at how they deal with the fake news issues. Now, my personal belief in this issue is that we're in an information age where information needs to engage, needs to entertain, needs to be attractive to people, and you can, of course, try to silence obvious fakes. I would say a more productive effort would be to try and present credible information in a more attractive way. In terms of presentation, we see, again to use the Russian example, the Russian news, if you watch Russian television, is often incredible, absurd, fantastic, ludicrous. But it's very, very well presented. It's very engaging, it's very attractive, it's very persuasive. Ukraine's story is not always put across in that way. And I think this comes back to the points I was making earlier. I think that the way to win the information contest is to present your news in an attractive way, in an engaging way. I think if Ukraine goes down the road of prosecuting journalists, individual journalists or media outlets for fake news, then they could move very quickly into the sphere of censorship. And it's something that I think there'll be a very heated discussion over the next 3 or 4 months in Ukrainian society. My expectation is that these current proposals will be watered down. We will not see it as draconian as they are now, and then further down the line, I anticipate that we will not see blanket implementation either, that it will be something they will use as a stick almost, or as a threat with which to approach particularly egregious fakes, let's say. So that's a hope. Let's hope it goes that way, but certainly it's a concern.
Так, у нас тільки одне дуже коротке питання, будь ласка.
Rostislav Vorok, a young journalist of Academy UNESCO. My question is to Honorable Ambassador of Canada to Ukraine. What are the propositions of Canada for young generation of Ukrainian scholars have your government? What are the propositions of Canada for young generation of Ukrainian scholars have your government?
Are you asking about how easy is it for young Ukrainians to study in Canada? Aha, yes, aha. We're working on it. Canada, the Canadian education system is a great system. It brings people from all over the world, and we love having them there. We also have very generous. You can stay for 2 years after, I think, if you can, and work if you like. It is a open and generous system, and young Ukrainians can apply. And we have a good number of other programs that bring Ukrainians to Canada to have experiences. And one that has been around for a very long time is the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Program. So if you're a scholar of governance or of public administration or of democracy or of just about anything and want to see how issues are dealt with in a parliamentary democracy, there are those programs. And you may have heard that your government regularly raises with me and the Canadian government the desire for greater openness in travel between Canada and Ukraine, and I think we're particularly motivated to do that for the young people because there's such amazing potential and amazing energy among Ukrainian young people.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Зараз я попрошу вас всіх витягнути свої.
Now I would ask you to take out your mobile telephones if you use smartphones and look at this screen. Here you will see the program. According to this instruction, you enter this program. I want to ask all the participants to participate in the voting. Here you will see 2 questions which we ask you to give answers to, and later this information will be processed by the Arseniy Yatsenyuk Fund, Open Ukraine. On this, we finish this panel discussion. On your behalf, I would like to thank you, Plenipotentiary Ambassador of Canada to Ukraine, Larisa Galadze, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Great Britain, Melinda Simmons, as well as the British journalist and entrepreneur, Peter Dickinson, editor, Ukraine Alert. Right now on the stage, you'll have a photo opportunity to have a family picture with the participants on the panel discussion. We'll come back to the discussion after the coffee break at 2:30.
Все можна забирати, дякую.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our deliberation. My name is Elena Tsentila. I'm a journalist from the TV channel Ukraine 24, and I have an honor to moderate two panels. So, at the moment, we're going to have a presentation of the research made by Razumkov Center. The presenters will be Mikhail Basarab and Andrei Bychenko, Director of Sociological Service at Razumkov Center. They're going to tell us about how we understand the challenges which we face in terms of environmental protection and ecology. So the floor is to Mikhaila. Good afternoon. Today I have an honor to present the results of sociological research which was done by the Razumkov Center, which was contracted by Open Ukraine Fund. I think results will be interesting for all of you. For us, we found some unexpected results, very unusual answers to questions. Before speaking, I would like to ask you some questions for you to understand in the course of presentation. What do you think Ukrainians believe that they understand about flu and acute respiratory diseases? The second question is whether responsibility of Ukrainians during the epidemiological situation corresponds to their level of education and depends on their level of education. What do you think? Can many Ukrainians believe that coronavirus and similar infections are the results of certain actions by special services and terrorist organizations? As a sociologist, I know that it's easy to answer yes or no, but whether more or less than half of Ukrainians believe that this is the result of the conspiracy and virus attack by specially designed virus. Among adult population of Ukraine older than 15 years old from all over the territory of Ukraine. We'll see. It's interesting for us to know what the others think, because I'm a sociologist. I'm interested in asking questions. Another question, do you think, is there any wish of Ukrainian voters to vote for sort of ecological party? I think the relative majority says no. Now let's not waste our time. Slide number 1. We asked Ukrainians, have they had any flu or acute respiratory disease within the previous 4 months. As you see, every third Ukrainian had this disease. It's quite many, every third one. We asked Ukrainians whether they believe that they are informed enough about the flu. Yes, 2/3 of Ukrainians believe that they are informed enough concerning flu and acute respiratory diseases. We also asked respondents, we asked them to evaluate the official healthcare service in Ukraine. So what do we see? 2/3 of Ukrainians put 1 and 2 points to the Ukrainian healthcare system. So in average, on the scale of 5 points, they gave only 2 points to Ukrainian healthcare system, unfortunately. Then we asked Ukrainians about whether they cure the disease independently themselves or they call a doctor if they feel the first symptoms of flu or acute respiratory disease. So we see that about 50% of them try to cure themselves individually, and another half apply to a doctor, visit a doctor. So, but what we noticed some interesting facts. We see that the older the person is, more preference this person gives to individual independent treatment without visiting a doctor. Younger people in the age group from 18 to 25 prefer calling a doctor. But there is one nuance, an interesting detail. The higher the level of education is, more people would prefer independent individual treatment. I thought that the more educated person is, the better the person understands the threats coming from flu and other diseases. And people would be more inclined to contacting a doctor in such a situation. But unfortunately, the higher the level of education is, the higher is the wish to treat themselves, to treat the disease themselves. Another interesting question: where do people get information about flu and respiratory disease? We see that more than 70% from relatives and acquaintances. But I must say that it's not only about health care. If you ask them about any issue, the highest level of trust and confidence among Ukrainians is to their relatives and acquaintances. They believe that these people are better medical doctors, better political experts, and so on and so forth. You see how low is the level of trust to the Ministry of Healthcare. This is what we said about lack of confidence to official medical system. Another very important detail: the higher the level of education is, the level of trust to the healthcare is lower. So the better the person is educated, the lower is the trust to the Ministry of Healthcare. We also asked a question about independent treatment and treatment together with a doctor. We asked the person, when you get ill, do you stay at home or you continue living your regular way of living or lifestyle, using public transit, going to work, to studies at the university, and so on. So as we see, every third continues living the regular lifestyle after detecting the first symptoms of the disease, which means that persons are irresponsible. So 1/3 of the people are irresponsible. And then there are potential sources of a spread of this dangerous disease. Still, people continue living their regular lifestyle, and the most irresponsible are people older than 30 years old, 30 and older. And as we noticed, young people would prefer doctors, and they prefer staying at home after having detected the first symptoms. And the same, which may sound like a paradox, but the higher level of education is, the higher is the level of education, the higher is the percentage of those who continue living their regular, usual lifestyle. Because people who are supposed to better understand the consequences of their irresponsible activities, they don't stay at home, they continue visiting their jobs, their workplaces, their universities, using public transit, and so on. We asked Ukrainians how often they use protective masks. Like, for example, we see it when we see by television in Japan or in China. Definitely more people would use protective masks than here. 2/3 of Ukrainians do not use protective masks at all. Then you may read themselves, but I want to draw your attention to certain details. They are very strange for me. The poorest people with the lowest level of income use masks more often than people who are more wealthy. And they seem to be more responsible in this sense. Also, the higher is the level of education, the lower is the percentage of those who use protective masks. Here you can see some paradox, but sociologists very often face such paradoxes. Sometimes the answers are very illogical at all.
Well, maybe this is not the question to the presenter, but rather to next panelists. But what I heard from infection disease doctors, they say that people who start feeling unwell should put on a mask. Maybe it will not protect them from disease that much, but at least that this will prevent the virus from being spread. Well, that's first of all, but I'm not a medical doctor. You will have following panelists, and they will be better qualified to answer that question. There was a question about coronavirus, the top story, as Mr. Yatsenyuk already said, on front pages of all newspapers and so on. We asked Ukrainians what do they believe that virus is? A new strain of flu or an ordinary flu? And most people said that they believe that this is a new virus. More relaxed, according to our survey, people who are better off. It turned out that the wealthier the people, the more among them believe that this is a new strain of ordinary flu. The higher their income, the more frequent people say that this is a new and dangerous virus. Another very interesting question, to me at least. What do Ukrainians believe the new coronavirus is? Is this a result of ecological changes, the failure to keep sanitary and norms, the use of biological technologies, or purposeful actions to use this as a bacterial disease by some malign actors. The first three positions is basically the recognition by Ukrainians of the fact that coronavirus is a result of purposeful actions of malign actors, or either through the use of biological technologies, or worse still, that this is a bacteriological weapon used by malign actors, countries, or individuals. Andrei will explain this better. He's a sociologist. Basically, that was my mistake. We had two similar alternatives. That this is the result of the work of special services, and this is the result of actions by terrorists. Yeah. As a matter of fact, this is not that much of a mistake. Maybe it did not work out as good as you wanted, but for you, so that you understand, this was a question with alternatives, and some of them are similar, and it was possible for people to choose several alternatives. So if you consider that bacteriological weapon, be it either by enemies or terrorists, can be viewed as one question, those who answered or chose either of them is 43%, less than a half. So if we had just one option, do you believe that this is a result of bacteriological weapon use, that would have put this answer to first place. At least almost half of Ukrainians would have believed that. So we move on. Another interesting question. Reading once a Neil Ferguson book, I noted some of his conclusions, and we asked the Ukrainians whether they believe that a modern human being is less protected from natural calamities that our forefathers several centuries ago were. And it turned out that half of Ukrainians believe that modern people are less protected from natural calamities, epidemics, diseases, and all the rest. Even though this is not the case, statistics show that modern people are much better protected, and there are fewer armed conflicts in the world now than in the past, and they do not claim as many lives as before. Now people are much better protected from different infectious diseases and so on. Modern medical science gives better protection to people against all kinds of diseases. Another example. In the early 20th century, in 1918 and 19, when there was an epidemic of Spanish flu, which claimed the lives of about 100 million people. That was at the beginning of the century. We don't know what was the death toll of the bubonic plague, but the death toll was really huge, including in Europe. But nevertheless, Ukrainians believe that modern people were not as protected as their forefathers were against diseases and so on. I think this is one of the results of enemy propaganda channels in Ukraine, those run by Mr. Medvedchuk, Telegram channels and so on. One of the Russia-dominated channels' purposes is to sow disbelief among Ukrainians, to make them despondent, to make them give up, and thinking that everything is so bad that there's no point fighting for your country. Just watch channel 112 and spend several days watching it, and you will have doom and gloom in your mind, and you will think that everything is just awful. We asked people about global warming, and here the result was quite good, which shows that Ukrainians are quite responsible. About 80% of them recognize that global warming is a fact of life, not unlike some European politicians who withdraw from Paris agreements and say that this is a figment of imagination, that there's no such a thing as global warming. We asked the respondents if they believe that global warming will inflict harm to the region where they live within different time frameworks. 5 to 10, 20, 30, 50 to 100 years. People are not thinking 100 years ahead, but as regards 5 to 10 years impact, most Ukrainians believe that global warming will inflict harm to the region where they reside. And this also gives us some optimism, because this encourages us for certain actions. Then we asked the Ukrainians what you personally are prepared to do to put an end to global warming, to make sure that there's no human damage to nature. Sorting garbage, to reduce the consumption of plastic materials, environmentally clean way of life, cleaning of territories, taking part in protest actions, and the bottom two positions is something which will hit people where it hurts, in the pockets. Are you ready to give up some items of comfort to buy commodities which are more expensive but less harmful to the environment? People are not ready to pay more for commodities which will be less harmful to the environment. And likewise, people are not that much inclined to give up some comforts of their life for the benefit of the nature. It's not always that Ukrainians are prepared to switch to bicycles, to give them preference over public transportation. Maybe that's because there's no infrastructure, but anyway, people are not ready for sacrifices, as it were. And this is the final slide. We asked respondents if they believe that the ecological party can have a large electorate base, and the environmental party ranked at the very bottom. Only 1% realizing the global warming and all other relevant challenges to the ecology and epidemics and so on are prepared to support the environmentally friendly party. But not to end up on this pessimistic note, one more question. How many of you consider themselves to be supporters of a political party which fights against Russia and for the accession to the EU and NATO? How many of you would support such a party? The party who supports higher well-being for Ukrainians, how many of you would be willing to support them? A party which combats corruption. And the difference being here that the alternative in our case was just one, on the basis of the key issue on their ticket. I'm not going to read the rest of this slide, but I see that the overwhelming majority of you would support a party which combats Russia in order to join the EU and NATO. But there is some dependence, correlations here. The younger the Ukrainians, the more inclined they are to support such a party. There's also a party which which supports friendly relations with Russia and protects Russian-speaking people. The older the people, the more of them are ready to support this particular party. And the party for Ukraine's independence and accession to NATO and the EU is the party of young people, the party of the future. So I congratulate all of us, because I also consider myself to be one of those who would vote for such a party. And these political forces do have a future. One more point here. Everything which was done in Ukraine after the revolution and dignity and up to the beginning of the war, and all the transformations effected by politicians and the government, including Mr. Yatsenyuk, who is present here today, all that was not done in vain. And all this is enjoying support of the young people, and this support is going to grow as we go along, because of the correlation between the age and the support of these political forces. That's all from me. I will only add that some data were controversial but very interesting, and what is my takeaway from this. In terms of responsibility and irresponsibility does not depend on people's wealth. It does not even depend that much on the level of people's education. We all probably lack some responsibility in order to combat ecological cataclysms and so on. We all have to be a little bit more responsible in our attitudes, and probably if we are, there will be less problems for all of us.
Andrei, I see I am very short of time. I'll be quick. At the beginning, I want to say that this is only sociological research. This is what people think. They are not experts in healthcare. They are not experts in climatologists. I don't know. I've heard the panelists will be medical doctors. Are there any other medical representatives of medical profession here, or students, medical students? No. I think that about climatology or geology I shouldn't even ask. We all are somehow medics and climatologists. Yes, somehow. It's like any citizens of Ukraine. But I hope that many of you pretty soon will take responsible decisions, not only for yourself, but for the big groups of people, including for the whole country. So I want you to understand that we are talking about public opinion, and this knowledge should be used. But as far as I understand, even among the medical profession, representatives of medical profession or experts in infectious diseases, there is no clear understanding what coronavirus is, and among climatologists, there is no clear understanding of climate changes. So, unlike Mikhail, I wouldn't say good answers or bad answers. They are as they are, and they should be taken on board. And we must know how to deal with them. As far as this is popular opinion of public, we must use it, first of all, in order to organize people and aim at the most effective measures or activities in case of epidemic or some acute climatic changes, mobilizing them to work, to act. The most vivid example was return of Ukrainians from Wuhan. I've read a lot of comments, negative comments about the Ukrainians who protested in Novi Sanzhar, in Ternopil Oblast, but yes, indeed, people are not ideal, we must remember this, but I must say that to the large extent the system is responsible for this. If you remember, the level of confidence to the Ministry of Healthcare is extremely low. In this case, the Ministry of Healthcare. If somebody comes to you and you don't believe, don't trust this person, you will immediately have a feeling that it's not true. Accordingly, the activities which led to disbelief into the governmental authorities, including the Ministry of Healthcare, led to some panic among people. Those people felt panic. They thought that they were left alone vis-à-vis extremely dangerous disease, and nobody knows what to do with it. Maybe some people would contradict you because there are much more people who didn't die after the coronavirus, and on the other hand, there are lots of people who died of other diseases. I'm not talking about the world, I'm talking about the country. I have my own opinion on the coronavirus, but it's about different things now. We cannot appeal to the world community. Thanks God, there was no need in Ukraine for this. But in the case of Ebola, for instance, epidemic, we see that the international assistance is important, but far from ideal. We must understand that there are no ideal people. The second issue is that we paid a lot of attention to this issue. Whether it's a natural virus or invented as a result of a conspiracy. I must say that among those who do not trust Ministry of Healthcare, the percentage of those who believe that this is a conspiracy is much higher than among those who trust the Ministry of Healthcare. But among those who trust the practicing doctors, medical doctors, I must say that while the overwhelming majority do not trust the Ministry of Healthcare, more than 50% trust practicing medical doctors. So among those who trust practicing doctors, the percentage of those who believe that the infection is the result of bad hygiene. So here I defended people, now I'm going to attack them somehow. I calculated how many respondents got flu and respiratory disease over the recent months. On the other hand, what was the number of those who continue living their normal lifestyle and also who do not wear masks, which, as doctors told me, cannot protect the person who wears a mask, but can protect people with whom the infected person communicate. So 8.5% of all adult people meet all these three requirements. So they were sick over the last months, were just among us and didn't wear a mask. If we calculate in the number of persons, it's more than 2 million people walking around us and infecting us. Fortunately for us, it was not a coronavirus. Coming back to the issue that you're going to take decisions, the correct decisions must be based on the full understanding of current situation. And for me, it's very important that young people and adult politicians understand that there are no ideal people, no ideal systems, but the managerial decision means that you act with the best possible result under the specific conditions. Do I have any more time? I'll finish. Let's better ask questions. Questions, please. First of all, I want to thank you for sociological research, because the conclusions which I made and other my colleagues would be used further on in the process of decision-making. My question is whether the whole territory of Ukraine was covered. What was the coverage, the number of people covered, and were there any respondents who tried to avoid answers? Or maybe you had certain margin of related to the fact that people might give answers not thinking about giving truthful answer, or didn't give truthful answer intentionally. About a week ago, my sister sent me a video from China, from the CCTV in the lift, when a woman infected with coronavirus was spreading her saliva in order to infect other people. Here we are talking about mentality. And here, after your conclusions, we have a lot of food for thought. Yes, we asked 2018 respondents in all regions of Ukraine, with the exception of occupied territories. Those were rural and urban population, something about 123 or 25 settlements, big cities and villages and small towns. In terms of structure, the structure of this sampling corresponded to the age structure of the country. It's older than 18 years. In terms of refusing to answer these questions, the level of refusal in sociology means that certain number of respondents do not agree to participate in this polling. So the level of this refusal was 38% for Ukraine. It's quite for the world. If we speak about the more developed countries like Europe and the United States, the level of refusal is higher. Speaking about the level of refusal to answer specific questions, there were just a few, very few of them. They didn't concern all the questions, and from 2018 respondents, it was maximum two persons. so it doesn't influence the general picture. Speaking about the frankness of answers, it's a big topic for discussion for the world sociology, not only Ukrainian. Lots of conferences and seminars are organized. A huge number of articles is written. It's like any topic where there is vague understanding, like about coronavirus and others. So I would say that we can make a conclusion that this topic for respondents was not too delicate and didn't make the most of the respondents answer unsincerely. But I will repeat that it is extremely complicated topic in the international sociological discussions. Thank you for the research. Would like to ask a question to you, Mikhailo. Thank you for showing us the sampling, and this is not for the first time in such events. The question is asked, who the young people would vote for? Usually people say they would vote for the party which is for integration to EU and NATO and against Russia. But again, not speaking about the level of representation, but I would say that most of people who visit such events, young people of open mind, yes, they are for, but I think there would be 5 to 10%. Other young people who would select the party which is for all good against all bad. Did you make a selection among such young people who are students, who are not students of universities, for example, those who do not have higher education or have simpler jobs and so on? Because I think that the recent parliamentary and presidential elections showed that there is no clear correlation. I always don't like when non-professionals in sociology try to deal with the sociological topics. Speaking about the methodology of questioning about young people. First of all, we are speaking about certain trend. This doesn't mean that 80% of young people are for the party which is for independence, EU and NATO, and against Russia. This only shows that this is the level of voters of those who would support this party is higher among young people. And the dynamics is the younger are people, the higher is the support of such a party, independence, EU, NATO, and against Russia. After the previous presidential and parliamentary campaign, when Volodymyr Zelensky won, and Servant of the People party won, many political analysts and sociologists believe that Vladimir Zelensky was rather a vehicle for post-Soviet, pro-Russian, somehow even anti-Ukrainian, anti-Western values.
That's what people in the expert community used to say. A lot of people said, do we really have 73% of people who do not want Ukraine to join NATO and the EU, who want Ukraine to be friendly with Russia, who would advocate the idea of two-state languages and so on? Razumkov Center analyzed the structure of electorates of Zelensky's party, and the study showed that there's considerable division between the Zelensky party supporters, and there's about 50% of people who supported NATO membership, and 50 of them were against it. Political scientists explained that by the fact that during the election campaign, Zelensky avoided answering questions, and people supported him just because he's a nice guy. He's fun, and they voluntarily gave him some of the attributes that he might not have had. Some people thought that he is a person who would lead Ukraine to the West, to NATO and the EU, and likewise, people who believed that he would lead Ukraine to Russia also supported him. They thought that he would make some concessions to Russia and put an end to the war. So especially among the young people, there were a lot of people who supported Zelensky, which shows that we cannot say that Ukrainians denounce the idea of Ukraine's membership in the EU and NATO. And since he let down a part of his electorate who thought that he would be in favor of NATO or the EU, that's why his popularity rating now is losing, but not 100%, but about at the level of 50% or so. I can say that with a general sample of 2,000 respondents, we can single out young people, we can single out people with secondary higher education, but within those groups we cannot split them up with any accuracy. That is why this kind of analysis along the lines of educational levels and so on, even though those people are represented in this sample, but the analysis along those detailed lines is impossible. So please access Razumkov Center's website, take a look at the results of the survey, and it was run in January, and the materials are already on the website of the Razumkov Center. And among those who in January would have voted for Servant of the People party, the overwhelming majority, more than 70%, support Ukraine's accession to the EU, and an overwhelming majority at the level of some 50 to 52% support Ukraine's accession to NATO. Therefore, what might look to you as mutually exclusive for many voters is not so. And likewise, if you're interested in the survey and you want to get more details, access Open Ukraine Foundation website, and the results of this study will be made public there. We have some more questions. Please be brief, and one question for the answer. Vladislav Dros, Shevchenko University. How can you explain, Mikhailo, this paradox that there's such a high level of people who prefer to treat themselves and do not wear masks, and they are the people with higher educations, especially young people? How can you explain that? Because we know that now the level of general education among young people is much higher than before, so it might look like these people should be more responsible to their own health. Or maybe they think that they are more competent and can cope with their health problems on their own. Well, I thought about that myself. Well, first of all, the belief in folk medicine and all kind of healers is lower among educated people. But if you take about the general and customary lifestyle, a lot of people with higher education stick to it. Just because the higher the level of education, the more busy people are, and they have to lead normal life because they have to go to either universities or have to go to work because they cannot afford doing otherwise. So this is explained by the fact that these people are breadwinners in their families, or they have to study, and sometimes this makes them turn the blind eye to the onset of diseases and maybe somehow ignore this responsibility. There's one interesting point there. Those who are under 30 do not get around with their health and stay inside if they feel unwell. So this is this the story of people who want to keep up their living standards and therefore lead their life standard, but once they get older, they change their lifestyle. And another question to the panelists: who of you, honestly speaking, who of you go to work if you have a running nose, for instance, or sore throat? Welcome to the club. But your employers are not going to appreciate it, believe me. Your employers, if anything, will give you compensation, but that they will never give your health back to you. Well, I personally try to stay home if I feel some symptoms, but not always, right? Not always, but of course the flu and the acute respiratory disease are quite serious, and they are not to be taken lightly. But we will speak about pangolins and about coronavirus in more details, but later on. And now we thank the panelists for this part of our discussion. Thank you. So, well, we know what people think about all this, and now it will be good to see what you think about this. And that's on this screen you will see the results of our survey. Please take out your phones. On your phones you will receive special codes. At the top of the screen, 459611. And we have to answer one question about your responsibility. And we'll see how you vote. But try, make it sincere. Don't try to please anybody, just be frank. This survey will be available even after the panel discussion. You will be able to access it. We want to understand what's going on in your minds and whether we can add you to the statistics that we've gathered before. 40 people have, and all in all there are 200. Please keep going. So most of those who voted believe themselves to be responsible. Probably we should have provided more details about how responsible they are and what they are prepared to do to protect the health. Are there any people from Odessa, Mariupol, or Kherson? I have some bad news for you, because it turns out that according to one of the surveys, and by 2100, these three cities can disappear altogether. It's likely that there will be no more. We will share some considerations on that respect. So there are 200 of you and only 90 people voted. Please, we cannot move on. Please do vote. Let's reach at least 100 level. Maybe some people left their telephones at home. Let me know when to stop the vote. Okay, let's move it up to 100. Let's round it up to 100. 3 people more. Go ahead. Come on. Could I vote as well? I wasn't told that I could vote as well. So there will be 98. 74 out of those. Thank you. 74 of those who are sitting in this room feel themselves responsible. 14 no, and 11 found it hard to answer the question. Well, let's take a look at what will happen after the next panel. The next panel discussion will be quite a profound and topical one. Global viruses of today, and this is also about social viruses and demographic issues, and what lives in our minds and what is absent in our minds. Ostap Samarak, Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources, 2016-2019. It's a pleasure to see you. Natalie Borodkanich, Space Project Coordinator, Noosphere. Fedor Lapi, Immunologist, Associate Professor of Shupik National Medical Academy of Postgraduate Education, Mrs. Katerina Bulanova, Health Expert, UNICEF. Please join us at the panel. Let's start off with the pleasant good news. Katerina has her birthday today, so we wish her happy birthday. We wish that all your viruses be related only to pleasant things. We're lagging behind our schedule, but let's try to limit our interventions for panelists for 5 minutes, and then we'll take questions from the floor. This is the picture of coronavirus, a map. About 77,000 people who are infected, most of them in China. In Italy, the 4th case was confirmed today. Earlier today, when I was on my way here, 2,247 people died, 831 recovered. This map is being updated constantly, and in the right bottom corner, we see that the number of infected people was going up, the tensions were going up, but now it's going down. Likewise, Chinese scholars in one of the publications said that in March they will be able to put an end to the epidemic of coronavirus. We will discuss what is happening to us, and we will start by discussing what we saw yesterday. Is this about coronavirus, or is this the virus of ignorance, or the virus of lack of information, or the virus of lack of communication? What did happen so that the world publications wrote about Ukraine in the context of coronavirus much more than about other countries? What happened yesterday? Were people too scared, or is there something that they should be scared about indeed?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to be brief. Frankly speaking, I thought that I'm very distressed by the yesterday's events. It was very. I had very bad feelings yesterday and this morning. With Katerina, we've been working on the issues of national crisis communications since 2008, and when speaking about what happened, I think later on we'll have more information, because in the morning we got photographs of people who are called here titushkas, sort of like hooligans, who were not from local place, who were brought there specifically. Somebody brought them with a specific aim. I don't know who they are, but they were noticed at various other sites of scandals with farmers, land scandals. I don't exclude that it was either internal political or external influence, because with Katerina we deal with immunoprevention. The question is, we always ask very simply, I thought that there are many people of international community. It would be useful to look at the Public Health Journal, American Journal of Public Health, where there is an article on information in tweeters from 2014 to 2017, which analyzes where the controversial and fake information comes about vaccination. I think you will not be surprised, but most of them come from the northern neighbor of Ukraine. And I can tell you lots of stories in Ukraine when fakes were produced with the aim to influence, because any challenges posed by contagious diseases for the state, they make economy weaker. Now, when we speak about Chinese economy, as far as I know, it's the fourth economy of the world. I know where Wuhan is, the province Hubei, and what's the population. And the economists who consulted me told me they will survive, but whether we will survive, they were not sure. In 2017, there was an outbreak in Ukraine about the measles. For Europe, it's a loss of one case of measles is up to 500 euros for the EU member states. How much does it cost for Ukraine, one case of measles? But if we take, there's a minimum 200 euro, let's take 100 euro. Imagine that this is a minimum of what can happen without any vaccination at all. Speaking about coronavirus, for us it's a challenge. I would not exclude external influence. I would not exclude internal political influence, because the person who was engaged had to do with certain political party. I know this. So here I would say that there will always be a certain resistance and opposition. To what extent we can minimize the consequences depends on the experience. We have experience, but our experience stays with us. But for instance, the team of the ministry from the cabinet of ministers is changing all the time. They come in 2 or 3 years, they learn something, then change again. 2 or 3 years, they learn something, then again change. People come there from spheres not related to medical sphere. And in terms of communication, medicine is a very specific sphere. So I think we would be able to minimize all these consequences, even if it was difficult to find immediately the place where to keep these people. But people should go to the local community 2 or 3 days prior to the arrival to talk to the community, to find their risks, and to avoid communication failure, because it was a communication failure. And it's because it's very important for investment attractiveness of Ukraine, and it's an element of hybrid war. Thank you. The question to you, who knows what does the word observation mean? Thank you. Frankly speaking, I learned about it the day before yesterday. I'm a person with a higher education. I work at the television. I only yesterday learned the word observation. What is more fearful, quarantine or observation? Who is vaccinated against flu this season? Raise your hands, and now look at yourselves and see. Raise your hands, those who are vaccinated against measles. A little bit better. It's not a question of quarantine or observation, but the question of where are you in all this? Because you call this Youth Security Forum, and you are this youth. Where are you here in all this story? What can you do to influence the global health security agenda? because it's not the first, it's not the last outbreak. There will be very many of them, and some of them would be much more aggressive and dangerous than this coronavirus, which has already led to a lot of panic. I just want you to understand your role in this. First of all, how you protect yourselves, how you vaccinate yourselves, how are you prepared to defend yourselves, to stand for yourselves. If the outbreak starts, to what extent you are ready to put pressure on the authorities of the university, for example, in order to vaccinate all, to allow all the students to be vaccinated, or how much you are interested in the issues of transparency, so that the government informed you in a timely manner about outbreaks and react the way it is comfortable for you. Because I'm afraid you might follow the way when you think that it is somebody's business. The Ministry of Healthcare comes and solves the issues. It doesn't work like this, especially now. That's why, for me, it's very important in the process of this dialogue to find out where your place in all this story and how can you combat this pandemic and disinformation. About observation, what observation? What is observation? For me, as infectionist, it makes no sense to discuss this because all the countries have done the same. They all did quarantine for a certain number of days, keeping people, following certain rules. After we see that nothing happens to these people, they are released and full stop. But in the whole this discussion, I'm surprised by the attitude to a threat. 9 people who died over the week because of flu does not scare people, but certain number of people who are healthy, who arrived from China, are scaring. For some reason, people are ready to discuss the virtual threats. On the other hand, they're not prepared to defend or to protect the citizens of their country from the death from flu or measles. That's I can't understand. Our bureaucrats started using the word observation. They substituted the word quarantine with the word observation. Is when doctors observe healthy people. It makes no difference, in fact. Imagine situation if our citizens were not healthy, wouldn't we bring them back? I just want to understand the term, and I don't want you to discuss these medical terms. When the bureaucrats use understandable terms, they see it panic. And as a journalist, I see my mission is to find out and to explain people. As a doctor, I see it's very important to stop discussing this at all, because whether these citizens are sick or not, they are our citizens. They must be brought back to the country. And this is the art of communication. Today I delivered a lecture, and yesterday I spoke to people. In Ukraine we say she knows how to cook but doesn't know how to present. When we speak about the art of communication, people should learn this art. We don't have enough communicators who would bring information to deliver information to people in a simple and understandable language. I fully agree that there is no difference when we speak about quarantine or observation. These are our professional notions, but when we speak about the risk of discommunication, then it is important for everything to be understood. I always say, yes, Komorovsky is my friend. I have certain disagreements with him, but when I bring an example for doctors, I say, what language do you talk to your patients? The language which we medical doctors select for ourselves, medical language. With one word, we substitute the whole sentence. If you want the patient to hear you and to do what you say, you should speak the language of Komarovsky to them. You have substituted the professional terms, observation, quarantine. For people are more used to the word quarantine. When they stop studies at schools, it's not quarantine. When people don't attend schools during the flu epidemic, it's not quarantine. But when I come to people, I know that people associate quarantine with the fact that children don't go to school. Correctly speaking, these are limitations. When the visiting of schools is limited during the outbreak of flu. But I don't want to speak in the word limitation because people will not understand. I will say quarantine. Even more, when in 2015 we had an outbreak of polio in Transcarpathia, and the doctors couldn't understand whether it was a wild virus. The head of Oblast administration couldn't understand what was that, or vaccine virus. Scientifically, it's called derivant virus or vaccine-related virus. I can say that this is a virus which became wild. The colleagues started slinging mud at me, saying that you got crazy, you use this strange term. I say, it's very difficult to explain to people who are not virologists how comes that polio virus came to Zakarpattia, not from Pakistan. It started its mutation because of low level of vaccination coverage. It's like if you live in jungles and in order to survive you will get certain wildlife habits. It will be very difficult for you to wear a necktie. In Ukraine, we have 30,000 waste dump sites, and most of them are not sanctioned. In Ukraine, we reprocess 6% of waste. Is it true or not?
Well, first of all, I welcome and wish happy birthday to Katerina. I wish you all the very best. And now about communication. This is a bright example of poor communication. I will give you an anecdote from my previous job as a minister. Because why did I come here today? Just because I wanted to show by my own examples of how you can use our knowledge and experience and become more successful. And we will be all flattered that Ukraine becomes better, more prosperous, and more successful. So, speaking about garbage, there are different statistics. I can only say that when I became a minister, a tragedy occurred in Lviv. 4 people died at a landfill, and that was 3 weeks into my ministership. And that basically was my second term in government. But only then did I realize that solid wastes is something that not the Ministry of the Environment is responsible for, just like they were not responsible for forestry. The Ministry of Agrarian Development was responsible for logging. And I addressed the Ministry of Agrarian Development about the landfill problems. Accidents like that could have happened anywhere, so I asked them, my colleagues, how many landfills do we have, official landfills, plus informal landfills in Ukraine? And the answer was like you said, 30,000. I said, okay. I, as a Minister of the Environment, would like to have their geographical coordinates, how the level, the degree of their filling, and the composition, because there are different kind of refuse. Sometimes it's industrial waste, sometimes it's domestic waste, and so on. And then an error occurred in the system glitched, and then the system started giving me geographical coordinates which were wrong. But I'm a physicist by diploma, so I translated that into a map, and I was surprised to see that the coordinates which I was given to shape state policy turned out to be the coordinates of a grocery store in one city or another. So how could we tackle that problem? What we did, we found a way to deal with this, and we ascertained that in Ukraine, as of 2016, there was 5.5 thousand landfills. Out of them, registered ones were about 90%. 90% of them were overflowing with wastes, and they remain to be exceedingly filled. There are some other statistics. About 137 square kilometers under wastes. I don't remember these figures exactly, but what I accept here is that there is a problem with communication. And today's meeting is also about communication. We communicate with each other to better understand the challenges and how to address them, so that the young people would be better off than we are. So I'm not going to go deeper into the wastes, but the quality of water, for instance, ranks very high on the top of individual securities lists. Well, I have bad news here. I've already spoken about that when I was a Minister of Ecology. In Ukraine, our water reservoirs are bad or very bad. About 85% of them are bad or very bad. And that good news? Is there any good news? Well, the good news is about the other 15%. But we do realize the problem, and we set the task to limit ourselves in our consumption and change our attitudes. In terms of communication, apart from water, we have also contamination of pollution of air, and this is one of the top killers of people. That people breathe polluted air. But I realized that in the society there is very little social call for relevant sociological data. People can speak about this, but they do not believe that this is a priority in decision-making, because these decisions are not comfortable. When you speak to people about limitations, about cutting down their consumption, when you speak about sustainable development, people are not inclined to listen to. So we came up with the rating 100 biggest polluters of air, of soil and water. And I ran a press conference about that, and I can tell you that my press conference was attended by some 25 TV people with television cameras, and you can understand that basically 25 TV cameras means that each and every television channel was there. In the evening there were nightly news programs, and in the morning I would read stories about that, and in the stories I read that not a single television channel showed that press conference on the air. So I asked myself, why so? Did I put on the wrong tie or what? But anyway, what are the top polluters of air, water and soils? Well, human beings are the biggest polluters of these sources. The Ministry of Energy is responsible for what can be called as the top polluters. The Ministry of Ecology doesn't exist anymore, but the biggest polluters of water reservoirs are water supply companies dealing with water supply and sewage services. Coal mining factories are among the top polluters as well. Something like this. So, Natalia, what do you see from up there? What is the biggest challenge for us in that respect? I prepared a little presentation here, but I'll start by saying that it's very pleasant for me to be in the same panel with Mr. Semerak, because when he was the minister, we as an American company were invited by him because we monitor different processes from the space, and we were monitoring quite a lot of environmental problems from the space. But as Mr. Semerak said, he was the last ecological minister. Ecological ministry doesn't exist anymore in Ukraine. I originally wanted to show you some examples from what we see from up there, and we know what is going on, all the details. If you remember, this week or last week, there were some statements that we will count people on the occupied territories from satellites. This is quite doable. We can do this. I'll give you just a few points about challenges of cosmic proportions, but my time is very limited, so I'll leave my contacts with you, and if you are interested in the results of our surveys, we'll be able to cooperate in the future. So what I would like to bring up today. 2019 was very eventful because at the end of 2019, Trump signed a decree whereby they created space forces. 15,000 servicemen are qualified as space forces. Sometime after that, NATO stated that outer space will become a sphere of military activities alongside with already existing ones. That was not a surprise. France also says that they are going to create cosmic forces or outer space forces. These are the issues related to 2019. So the question is, do we have to get ready for a war in outer space? Who of you believe that the Third World War will start in outer space, that there will be weapons deployed there, that there will be military activities there? Why create space forces? Nobody expects the war to come from outer space. Will there be any weapons deployed in outer space? What do you think? Some people believe that there might be the case. I will put it that way. It is possible, because you can use a satellite with the rocket, and once you pass over the territory of one country, you can drop it, and it will be very difficult to trace you. I'd like to go back to the example of France, what preceded the events that I referenced, and why France wants to create space forces. Previously, they had a joint satellite of France and Italy, and a Russian satellite approached it, and those two countries were worried that Russian satellite can intercept data from their satellite, because their retransmitters were very close by. So they decided that they need to protect their satellites, and for that they decided to create outer space forces. Another event which occurred in 2019, India tested its Assad system. This is a missile which downed their own satellite. So, what does it tell us? If a satellite can be downed, we are very much dependent on satellites these days. Satellites are used for monitoring from outer space, for observing different processes. This is about global issues which make it possible for us to track combat zones and so on. The wars are waged with the use of maps based on data from outer space, from satellites, or GPS. By the way, the Persian Gulf War in 1991 was called a space war. It has very little to do with outer space, but it was the first time when GPS systems were widely used, and the US and the Allies understood that they can run combat activities with the use of GPS satellites. And now imagine that a missile downs a satellite of communication and navigation, GPS satellites, and so on. There's another study which says that up to 7% of GDP of Western countries depends on satellites. They're very much dependent on it in banking sphere and otherwise. So if you put a space satellite out of order for 3 hours or so, the country will be totally paralyzed.
China, on the contrary, China says that no weapons should be deployed in this space. They have very peaceful rhetoric, but I must tell you not to be deceived by these Chinese pacifist words about the outer space. It's not true. China already has all the necessary types of equipment for space. They have heavy rockets, communication satellites. They have their own navigation system. They have lots of satellites which can observe, make photographs of the object of smaller than 40 centimeters. In 2019, China landed its spacecraft on the backside of the moon. As you know, we never see the backside of the moon, and communication with it is much more difficult. So China has set up all the necessary infrastructure. We may speak about very many countries, but the time is short. I will tell you about challenges which we are facing. Space waste, it's like on the land. There is a lot of this garbage in this space, and there are more and more satellites. Recently, there was a case when two satellites could collide. Both of them were not manageable because the communication with them was lost. The distance between them was about 40 centimeters. natural reserves in this space. There are asteroids. Asteroids are filled with various metals like gold and others. This way we might find resources for ourselves for quite a long time. I think you should think on whether it is achievable or not, but there is such an idea. And the idea of colonizing other planets, as you know, there are many rich billionaires who invest into this sphere. NASA also wants to bring back to the moon and live there, including a woman. We want to colonize Mars, as Elon Musk says. In order to save humanity, we have to move to other planets. That's all. You have all my contacts. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. What can we see from this space? What is the biggest global virus or global threat? There are viruses in this space as well. It's a new problem because they have found viruses on the International Space Station, and nobody knows how will they develop. These peaceful terrestrial viruses may transform into something terrible. It's hard to say what we see. The last project on Ukraine was the land market. We did this monitoring for Agriculture Ministry. We did mapping of all agricultural cultures from space. They do not coincide. 30% do not coincide with geocadastre. We showed that there is no there are problems with agriculture, which is very important for food security issues. We also could find out how much oil is in Chinese oil reserves, because we can see how much oil reserves has China from this space. So you can calculate or forecast the yield, agricultural yield. We see pollution of rivers. What scares you most in this situation? You see oil, pollution, viruses. It's the title for the article. 10 years ago, when I started working on this, we counted the number of woods in Carpathians. I was surprised to see that practically there were no forest in Carpathian Mountains. Nobody was interested in that. We wanted to tell people that there was no forest, but nobody wanted to listen to us. The same goes for Amber. Yes, we talked with Mr. Samrak that we noticed that there is digging of amber, but we couldn't do anything. The most dangerous virus, or we can substitute the word virus with something different. What should mankind be afraid of today? I behave like a dangerous virus. I think that any new virus which will be aggressive enough is dangerous. That's why the world is always preparing to something new. But there are many very unpleasant viruses among the old ones, like measles, for instance, one of the highly contagious diseases, infections in the world, and there is no proper treatment, because when you look at the virus, you try to find out where there is a vaccine and there is a treatment. In terms of flu, there is vaccine and treatment. In terms of coronavirus, there is neither vaccine nor treatment. Medicine. But you always have to look from different sides to find out whether there is a vaccine and medicines, and always you have to use simple methods to protect you. Raise your hands. Who washed your hands before coming here? Do you believe them? I'm not sure, but we'll pretend that we believe them. So it's very important to wash your hands as often as possible. Also, airing your rooms, wiping your iPads, your telephones with the wet cloth, and so on and so forth. Everything depends on the level of contagiousness of the virus. So any story of global health security is important because as a future leaders or current leaders, a lot depends on you. Maybe you speak about TB, or maybe it's not that dangerous. We had different things to discuss here. In fact, you asked about threats of viruses. I didn't want to speak about a specific virus. I would like to speak about virus of panic. For me, from the point of view of mankind, the most dangerous would be the virus of panic. Brings more threat. As yesterday's developments showed that it's not that dangerous coronavirus, but panic which we observed in Ukraine. I can't remember exact figure, but according to sociological polling, something like 5 or 10% of American population believe in zombies. I've never met zombies in my life in a medical sense. You may stop believing into unicorn. This doesn't mean that unicorn stops believing in you. When we're talking about threats, danger which I'm afraid of is a panic, really. I'm not that afraid of viruses, even coronavirus. I'm very serious about this virus. Chinese virus, a virus of flu, seasonal or pandemic. But from the point of view of biology, I can say calm down, people still will survive and they will continue polluting this planet. But the panic, which is related either to infections or not, makes or poses much bigger threat. And we must learn how to oppose it, because these challenges will be coming continuously. I have my small comment. Mistrust. Mistrust is a very toxic thing which may lead to panic. And if you, for you personally, have not decided where you're looking for the balance of trust, for instance, do you trust your family doctor? Have you found your family doctor whom you really trust? Then mistrust will be very toxic for you, because it's not a secret that in Ukraine there is not a high level of trust to state institutions, to institutions at all. A hospital as brand doesn't have a force rather than personality of a doctor. And the second, what you should think on, imitation of instead of activities. There is a very serious trend of imitation of various kinds of activities, including administrative. It also penetrates everywhere and erodes everything, because if you get engaged into this, try not to yield to this, because infections need very quick administrative and communicative decisions. I'm not that optimistic as my colleagues. I still believe that there is a serious threat that the world and the nature will destroy us brutally, eliminate us. This may happen pretty quickly. There were figures that 58% of people believe that they feel certain changes or consequences of the climate change. Back in 1972, people who united in the Rome Club said that mankind can prevent social and environmental catastrophes if it limits itself. But the humanity has not heard it, didn't limit itself, and currently we live in a format when we as mankind consume resources in the amount of 1.5 planets per year. In August 2019, the mankind exhausted resources which the planet can replenish within a year. So per year, mankind produces 2 times more CO2 than the nature can absorb. It does not escape into space. It forms a sort of a layer, and we feel climate changes. Ukrainian researchers last year made a research and presentation that Ukraine has already passed through the point of average annual growth of temperature by 2 degrees. My colleagues, medical doctors, immunologists, virologists, and other experts will prove that Ukrainians started catching a little bit different diseases because the climate has changed, other viruses, and so on and so forth. By 2050, because of the global warming, the experts believe that we'll have up to 250 or 300,000 additional deaths a year. Yes, we need to put limits, to limit ourselves. When the people ask whether mankind and we as Ukrainians are ready to this, there is some positive thing about it. Because humanity, or mankind, in 1980s detected the ozone hole. Probably you've heard about it. The problem has not yet been completely solved, but the improvement is observed. They started producing chemicals which led to ozone hole in 1928. So since 1928 we made a problem. But since 1985 the UN, United People, we started putting limits, Montreal Protocol. We almost resolved this problem. We still have 100 to 200 years to solve it, but it's going down. Do you know what is the thickness of the ozone layer? 3 millimeters, imagine. Thickness of 3 millimeters, which we destroyed, mainly to the death of each and every one of us. And I don't think that Musk is right saying that we have to fly to Mars. And there's another formula, Paris Climatic Agreement. Ukraine was the first in 2016, the first European country which completed the process of ratification, and I'm proud of being the minister at that time, and my faction in the parliament supported me. We were ahead of all the countries of the EU.
The world came up with this formula, but why is the climate change? Just because the rich consume a lot, and who suffers most? The residents of Fiji or Marshall Islands or the Seychelles will be the first to suffer. They will be flooded first of all, and not the rich countries which enjoy their consumption and conspicuous consumption and what. what Mr. Yatsenyuk spoke about in relation to the Paris climate agreement. But the rich countries should not just limit themselves, because their new technologies do address these problems, but they are expensive, and these expensive technologies should also come to Ukraine and to poorer countries as well. And here we should be responsible. After the Industrial Revolution, which took place in the Western world, they became rich, they changed this world, they changed the climate, and now rich countries, let's make sure that all the expensive technologies start being financed. Example about Ukraine, the electricity market in Ukraine, we have nuclear power plants running on coal. Now renewable energy is being developed in Ukraine, but today's government is simply destroying it. I will give some criticism to the incumbent government. They say that up to 2015, up to 70% will be renewable energy, but in Ukraine now we have only 4% of our energy come from renewable sources. And over the last quarter or so, they are not being financed at all. I don't know what kind of investment nannies they're talking about, what kind of nannies should bring investors here and encourage them to build in Ukraine. This is impossible. This is a complicated discussion, but my point is that Mars is not going to save us. It's up to us to save us. The responsibility is upon us. The rich countries who created these problems should undertake more responsibility for this. There are many instruments to be used here, and I would like to see that among you there will be leaders who will take Ukraine ahead to renewable energy sources. Humanity has some positive results of victories, like overcoming the problem of the destruction of the ozone layer. Now we are faced with the problem of climate change. It's up to you and to your children, grandchildren, and to address this, but we should start working right now. A lot depends on us. You can ask the questions to the panel individually, and now take out your phones. There will be a story which will appear on your screens. In the meantime, we thank the panelists, and let's hope that the virus of panic will not engulf us all together and defeat our minds. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Дякую вам. Бо, власне, вже вас оточують, якщо бачите. Так? Панове, бачите, що робити? Якщо ви брали колись участь в екофрендлі локальних проєктах, то проголосуйте. Знаєте, так, ні, і важко відповісти. Ніколи про це не думав. Клас. Якщо ваша ласка, давайте зробимо трохи більше, ніж було минулого разу. 73, невже? Давайте ще трохи. Не ховайте телефони. Отже, панове, слідкуйте за оголошеннями, повернемось за кілька хвилин. І поки порівну майже тих, хто брав участь, і тих, хто не брав участь в локальних проєктах.
Circles incomprehensible to me. Talking to you, bittersweet, bittersweet, bittersweet. Talking to you, bittersweet, bittersweet, bittersweet. Talking to you, I'm talking to you.